Okay, I'm going to call this meeting to order. Good evening, everyone. I'm Councillor Corey Englesdorfer, and tonight we're meeting at Council Chambers in Shire Hall. Members of the public who wish to speak at a Planning and Development Committee meeting are invited to register with the Clerk's office in advance. These meetings are public meetings as required under the Planning Act and will deal with the planning applications listed on the agenda. Tonight's agenda lists all the items before the committee for consideration. Copies of the agenda have been posted on our website. Tonight's meeting is being live streamed, and any participation in the meeting's proceedings will become part of the public record. The recording from the meeting will be published on the county's website immediately and can be viewed by selecting the live stream tab on the bottom right of the county's homepage at thecounty.ca. Personal information collected as a result of this public meeting is collected under the authority of the Planning Act and will be used to assist in making decisions on these matters. For each item listed on the agenda under Section 4, I will ask whether staff, applicant, or agent, or a member of the public or council has a question concern regarding the item. If there are no concerns or questions from anyone, I will order the matter and recommendations to be added to Section 5 consent agenda. Under Section 5, I will call for a motion to approve all items and any associated recommendations as a single motion. The minutes from the meeting shall report matters approved as part of the consent agenda. If there are concerns or questions from staff, applicant, or agent, a member of council or a member of the public is registered to speak or is present to speak, the item and its recommendations will be moved to Section 6, items for consideration. Under Section 6, the committee will hear these comments where each item will be discussed and voted on individually. The Planning and Development Committee will make a recommendation to approve with conditions or to deny a planning application. Council has the final say on the applications. All bylaws on this agenda will be approved at the next available council meeting. Following council's decision, notice will be circulated in accordance with the Planning Act. If a person or public body would otherwise have an ability to appeal the decision of council to the Ontario Land Tribunal, but the person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the municipal clerk before the bylaw is passed, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision. Okay, that'll bring us to item 2, confirmation of agenda. Can I get a mover and seconder for the agenda? Councillor Hirsch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In these unusual circumstances, I would like to make an amendment to the agenda to defer item 4.5, the rezoning file Z1423, the Grosso matter, on today's agenda. We have 60 people registered and present to speak on this item. That equates to 5 hours of public comments. Unfortunately, this would put council in a position whereby we may not be able to make an informed decision at midnight or even later. Not to mention the other files on this planning and development agenda, which have quite a number of people registered to speak as well. Should this motion be approved, I do apologize to everyone present this evening for item 4.5. So the motion would be, if I have a seconder, Mayor Ferguson, that in accordance with section 9.12 of the procedural bylaw, the agenda be amended to change the order of business to address disclosure of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof prior to confirmation of the agenda. Is that the motion, or is it the next one?
I believe we have to do that one first, and then we'll move on to the second motion after that.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, so if everybody understands that motion, I'll call the vote on that motion. All those in favor? Yep, Councillor Nyman.
Yeah, what are we voting on? We're voting on changing the order, right?
Right now, we're just changing the order to move the pecuniary interest portion before the confirmation of the agenda.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to call the vote on that. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and that one carries. And then I think Councillor Hirsch has a second motion here as well.
The second motion is that agenda item 4.5 pertaining to planning application file numbers.
Sorry, through to the chair,
You
then
wanna do
the 2 disclosures need to occur,
Okay.
or any disclosures.
Okay, so I'm going to ask, I'll ask
Correct.
first then if there's any disclosure of
Thank you.
pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof. Councillor Grosso?
Yes, I'd like to declare item number 4.5, and the nature is it's my own file, Z14-23.
Okay, thank you. And then Councillor Nyman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'd like to declare on item 4.4, Loyalist Heights Subdivision, as our daughter and son-in-law farm that parcel of land.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Nyman. Anybody else? Okay, seeing none, I believe Councillor Hirsch has a second motion to bring forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll get this right yet. My motion, also the same seconder, I guess, Mayor Ferguson, that agenda item 4.5 pertaining to planning application file numbers, rezoning file number Z1423, Salvatore Grosso and Lia-Marie Grosso, 3038 County Road 3, Ward 4, Ameliasburgh, be deferred to a special planning development committee meeting to be held on January the 15th, 2025.
Okay, any questions on the motion, Councillor Nyman?
I won't be supporting that motion because I don't know if we can ask a question to staff on this or to the applicant. I just wonder how many, has anybody came to discuss that file on behalf of the applicant?
I believe so, yes. I have them listed here. They are here to speak on the file.
Okay, so they've came from wherever to.
Yep.
So based on that, I think I won't support it because I think that the people have come here, and I think if you put it off till January, the weather might be not in the best, and then you're deferring it more and more. I'm willing to go ahead with it right now.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have a comment on the motion? Councillor Pennell?
I'm the same way. I would prefer to go on. Nobody knows what January's gonna bring, and these people have taken their time to come out. They should have a chance to speak.
Okay. Councillor Prinzen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too will not be supporting a deferral. I think we've been in this long enough and we can see the contentious issues and the files that are gonna put this much stuff on the floor. And if we're not willing to make those agendas accordingly, then we should be the ones that have to sit here, as our residents are too. So for those reasons, I won't be supporting a deferral of this.
Okay, given that, I'm gonna call the vote on the deferral motion. All those in favor? 3. And that does not carry. Okay, so we're gonna move on as we were going to tonight. So that will bring us to item, actually, sorry, I need an actual motion then to confirm the agenda for tonight. Councillor Roberts and Councillor Nyman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a Roberts-Nyman motion that the agenda as amended for the Planning and Development Committee meeting of December 11, 2024 be confirmed.
Yeah, and just to be clear, there's no amendment, I believe, so it's just confirming the agenda.
Okay.
All those in favor?
Skip the amendment part.
That carries, thank you. Okay, that brings us to item 4.1, which is consent and rezoning file number B1724 and Z2524. George Banaseanu and Georgeta Banaseanu, 2970 County Road 13. The staff, applicant, or agent, member of the public, or a member of council wish to make a comment or have a question on this item?
Through you, Mr. Chair, nothing to add.
Okay, and I see nobody else putting their hands up, so we'll move that item to the consent agenda. So we'll move on to item 4.2, which is a consent and rezoning file number B1824 and Z2724 for Roger Litke, 1381 County Road 3. Again, does staff, applicant, or agent, member of the public, or a member of council wish to make a comment or have a question on this item?
Through you, Mr. Chair, nothing to add.
Okay. So we can also move that one to the consent agenda. All right, that brings us to 4.3, which is a rezoning file number Z3024, 2871841 Ontario Inc. at 11 MacSteven Drive. Does staff, applicant, or agent, member of the public, or a member of council wish to make a comment or have a question on this item?
Nothing further.
None? Okay. That one will also move to the consent agenda. And then I know we have registered comments for 4.4 and 4.5, so those two items will be moving to section 6. So on that note, can I please get a motion to confirm the items on the consent agenda, please? Councillor Prinzen and Councillor Pennell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Prinzen Pennell motion that items 4.1, 4.2, and 4.3 on tonight's agenda get approved by consent.
Okay. All those in favor? And that carries. So now we'll move on to what is now item 6.1. It was 4.3. And it is 4.4, sorry. So it's a draft plan of subdivision and official plan amendment rezoning file number 13T21503, OPA 0521 and Z2121, 1983358 Ontario Inc., Loyalist Heights at 13437 Loyalist Parkway. Staff, do you have any additional comments on this file?
Through the chair, I can provide a brief summary.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. So just a brief overview of where we are. Remind everybody, this is an application to amend the secondary plan, to approve or make a decision on a draft plan of subdivision, and to make a decision on a zoning bylaw amendment. So the files are up on the screen, the official file numbers, also known as the Loyalist Heights development. How's that? So this file was in front of us back in June of 2024, and I believe I put this slide on the screen, but it is modified a little bit. So I'll just remind everybody that the site is located south of the existing Willis Parkway and the residential development that exists along there. There's actually two separate properties that is split by the Millennium Trail. And in the official plan, it is designated town residential and environmentally protected. And it is located at the headwater of Waring's Creek. And we had a statutory meeting in June of 2024, which we received quite a bit of feedback at that meeting. And based on that feedback, the applicant has gone back to the drawing board and amended the road configuration to the concept plan that you see on the screen. And it now proposes a total of 495 residential units consisting of a range of housing types, single detached homes, townhomes, apartments, and the 45-unit seniors village, which is in the northeast corner, colored purple on that screen. So the primary access remains unchanged. There's two proposed entrances off Sandy Hook and a future connection to the lands just to the east. There are parkland dedication, a stormwater facility, potential pump station, and environmentally protected land, which is indicated in green. All those lands will be dedicated to the municipality. So if you remember back in June, staff had a number of comments on the previous version of the plan. And so this particular version has proposed fewer residential lots backing onto the Millennium Trail, which had been a concern of ours. They're now proposing a window street along the trail in the southwestern corner, which is indicated as Street A. There remains an opportunity to realign the creek and to merge lands with the Canadian Tire property just to the north. They are proposing a higher density of single detached homes north of the trail, which had been a concern of staff previously. The parkland dedication is in a much more appropriate location and creates a block that can be merged with the development to the east, should that development be approved as well. So in summary of some of the public comments that we heard, there's concerns about Waring's Creek and the impacts of on the watershed. There's concerns about environmental impacts, not just on the site itself, but cumulative of when all different developments are combined with each other. A lack of low impact development features being proposed with this particular development. Impacts to the Millennium Trail, increases in traffic, and impacts or the loss of agricultural land. So this is a 2021 file, and there's lots of documents that are on our planning portal. We believe that a lot of these concerns have been addressed through those documents, and believe that the subdivision proposes a mix of residential typologies which represent good planning. Their particular design incorporates the Millennium Trail, and there's an adequate level of parkland dedication which is strategically located. Our opinion is that it represents good planning, and we've recommended that it be approved.
Thank you, Matt. I know the applicant's agent, Ray Essiambre, is here. Ray, do you want to provide a little bit of a presentation? Okay. Thanks, Ray. And just a reminder, you have 10 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee, for this opportunity to speak to you again on this matter. We got this going the right way here. Oops. Right. All right. Okay. Thank you. So Loyalist has been here before. As Matt mentioned, there's been quite a few changes to the proposal. And what Loyalist is requesting of the committee tonight is to accept the staff recommendations that will lead to approval of a draft plan of subdivision and draft conditions, a rezoning, and an official plan amendment. As Matt pointed out, there were some changes, 3 key design changes to the proposal. The first one is that there are no rear lot lines anymore backing onto the trail, and the design is now a trail-oriented development. The red line is where there used to be lots backing onto the trail, but not any longer. The densities have been increased, and the primary location of the density will be an expansion of the apartment block. There was a smaller apartment block. Now it's been expanded, and that will accommodate 96 townhouses and 254 apartments. Again, allowing for a trail-oriented development through the site plan process. North of the trail, the area where they had larger lots before, the areas of the lots have been reduced. There's 10 more lots, 10 more single-family lots. The lots have been made deeper. The ones that back onto the existing development south of Loyalist have been made deeper. They're now 50 meters deep to provide better protection for the trees that back onto that common boundary. The seniors development has been increased from 30 to 45 units for a total of 25 more units north of the trail. The park has been reviewed in terms of its location and size, and is deemed to be an appropriate size and an appropriate location, so that has not changed. It is integrated with the park in Coal Creek, so that ultimately there will be one larger park when you combine the two. At the planning committee meeting, there was a motion passed by planning committee that requested the applicant address a number of topics. One was the low impact design, and we've looked at that, and our stormwater management report addresses that in detail. But basically, it's the use of larger infiltration basin at the outlet of the stormwater facility. There's a groundwater. The groundwater will be treated to a level 1 standard. The residences will be encouraged to utilize on-site measures such as rain barrels and gardens. The stormwater management report has been peer reviewed by the county's peer reviewer and Community Conservation Authority, and the draft plan conditions allow for implementation of the LIDs through the draft plan conditions. The greater consideration of the Warings Creek, the development in Loyalist is set back 200 meters from Waring Creek. The public-owned land, which is the park, the stormwater pond, and the EP area combined provide greater protection to Waring Creek. The LID measures will be implemented through the ones that are identified in the Waring Creek policies. They will be implemented through this planning process. And the storm pond and infiltration beds protect Waring Creek. I'm not getting, not moving forward here. Yeah, I know it's a down area, but not going, it's not going. There we go. The large lots, I've discussed the large lots. They've been redesigned, and we now have 25 more lots, units north of the trail. We've addressed that. The greater consideration for the Millennium Trail, again, we have no rear lots backing onto the trail. We have window streets and a trail-oriented design and landscaping. This is the active transportation corridor that shows the integration of the development to put this pedestrian circulation through the subdivision, connecting to the Millennium Trail and the active transportation corridor. We were asked to clarify our understanding of the affordable housing definition, and we're using the CMHC definition of affordable housing, which is the monthly housing costs, which include mortgage principal, the principal interest, taxes, heating expenses should preferably not exceed 32% of the gross household monthly income, up to 39%. That is our understanding of that definition of affordability. And the specific buffering along the Millennium Trail and existing homes. The draft conditions allow for or require a landscaping plan be prepared for the entire development, which will include some landscaping of the trail. We have deeper lots adjacent to the existing homes south of Loyalist, which will provide greater buffering and landscaping in that location. And if you recall, in the northwest part of the subdivision, there are a lot of existing mature trees, which can be relocated throughout the site as needed, and we'll determine that through the site, through the landscaping plan process. Parkland dedication has been increased from 1.3 to 1.7 hectares, which is 6.5%, which is greater than the minimum 5% required. The park size and location remains the same. Again, combined with Coal Creek, will make a much larger park. And the park and EP area combined total 25% open space. The exploration of affordable housing options. We've had discussions with the Director of Housing, and we understand that our proposal for the 75 units being rent to own and meeting the affordability target, it's a private-public partnership, which I understand the corporation is moving in that direction. So we're consistent with that strategy, and we're going to have more discussions with the Director of Housing and eventually have an agreement with the Affordable Housing Corporation on how that's going to be implemented. And consideration of public comments. Throughout the process, we have replied to all public comments. We have had 2 online open houses at the beginning of the process. We had 45 people participate. We addressed and provided replies to all their comments through that process. We have provided comments in our latest planning justification report, replies to the comments from the public from the last meeting. And we have an outreach. We've outreached to the Warings Creek Association several times to try and engage with them. And I would describe that process as not being satisfactory from our point of view. We have not had a great deal of engagement with Waring Creek, although we've asked them for meetings and to participate, but we haven't had I would say that that's been less than desirable. Any questions? Thank you for this opportunity to present the information.
Thank you, Ray. Actually, at this time, I think what we'll do is we'll move into public comments, and then we'll bring Ray back after that, and then we'll ask questions of you at that point.
Great, thank you.
Okay. All right, so that's going to move us into our public in-person comments. First on the list, I have Dr. Cliff Rice on behalf of the Warings Creek Improvement Association. Welcome, Dr. Rice. You've been here quite a bit the last month, so I don't have to remind you. I think you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As Corey has mentioned, my name is Dr. Cliff Rice, and I'm the president of the Warings Creek Improvement Association. So, as council prepares to vote on the planning recommendations in this file, we'd like to remind you that one of our major considerations and objections we have on this proposal and adjacent ones is about water. How water is handled by design components of this development and adjacent ones will literally determine the life or death of Warings Creek, which is the only cold water stream in Prince Edward County. First came here tonight to ask council for 2 things, one of which may have already been addressed by Ray's comments, and to make a proposal. First of all, the first comment we want to make was about setbacks. I'm glad to see that Ray has included a 200-meter setback, but I would like to ask council to ensure that any place where there is proximity to water courses on this property, that the minimum 50-meter setback be accepted or demanded, I should say. 50-meter setbacks are not a concession on the part of the proponents, but it's already written in the county plan, and there's a legal precedent from the Greer Pit application, the Ontario Land Tribunal ruling pertaining to that sand pit a few years ago. Secondly, we would like to ask council to put a condition on this proposal that no work commence until a comprehensive, peer-reviewed hydrogeological study is completed and any implications for the development that may arise are addressed. From that, and this is going to sound a little bit strange, we'd like to extend to the county an opportunity to partner with us in completing those studies. And the rationale behind this is this, that in spite of some hydrogeological consideration by proponents, we do not think we have enough hydrogeological information to safely proceed with this proposal. 2, the negotiated settlement between the WCIA and Prince Edward County in 2008 mandated that the county was responsible to map the watershed and perform the appropriate studies before any development occurred. It was signed by myself and the then Mayor Leo Finnegan. A comprehensive hydrogeological assessment of the entire property, including cumulative impact studies, would have confirmed whether this land was even developable, and if so, what the appropriate parameters for these developments would be. The county has failed to meet their obligations under that agreement. We consider the county to be in breach of contract with that Minnesota settlement. Even though we've referenced that agreement a number of times in the last 3 months at planning and at council meetings, just 2 days ago, planning staff denied knowledge of the existence of that agreement. And even though it was instrumental in negotiating parts of the secondary plan between our planner, lawyer, and the county. Because of that, and there being no indication the county has any intention of fulfilling their part of the contract, WCIA intends to proceed with their own hydrogeologic opinions. So, you're wondering where this is all going. So, what would there be to gain for the county in partnering with us? First of all, this may ultimately be the cheapest way to resolve the issues between us, as we will pay for part of the studies which we consider you are otherwise responsible for. Secondly, partnering with us to get these studies done would satisfy us that you would be no longer in breach of that contract. And thirdly, if such studies were to report favorably as to the developability of this property, as everyone seems to think they will be, and has no significant impacts on Warings Creek, we would withdraw our objections on hydrogeologic grounds. The downside of the county would be this. Should these studies suggest negative impacts or even question the developability of this property, they would have to be dealt with before work commenced on any development. If you have no intention of dealing with these implications or simply don't want to see these studies performed, we intend to pursue them independently and if indicated, they will form the basis for a vigorous defense of this watershed by ourselves and our community partners. So placing a condition on this file in delaying implementation will give you time to consider this proposal and/or time for us to complete the studies, which should take about 2 months. Thank you once again for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Rice. And see if there's any members of council that have a question for Dr. Rice. Councilor Prinzen?
Thank you. Good evening, Dr. Rice. I'm just going to give you a chance. Ray made a comment, excuse me, that they reached out to the Warings Creek group and received, I believe his quote was, less than favorable response from them. What is your take? Since you have the microphone, I thought I'd give you an opportunity to give your side of the story, because I like to have them both.
Ray's absolutely correct. Over the last couple of months, they've approached us a few times to have a meeting about this. And unfortunately, with our schedules, and especially how deeply involved we are on the other proposal on this property, we have just been unable to schedule time.
Perfect. Thank you for clarifying. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other questions. Thank you, Dr. Rice.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ruth Bruce. Welcome, Ruth, and just a reminder that you have 5 minutes.
Okay. My name is Ruth Bruce, and I own abutting land, and these are further concerns. Streets should not cross the Millennium Trail. I believe this is a recipe for accidents, as tourists and locals use this trail for walking, bicycling, four-wheeling, and snowmobiling. And also, what about children that could be impacted here? Urbanization in an area creates an increase in population, causing a deterioration of the environment, increasing congestion on streets, highways, and roads in the immediate and encompassing areas. Water temperatures in rivers, cold water creeks rise as a result of paving, and there are studies. And urbanization, of paving and urbanization, paving of parking lots, streets, and building of houses cause more flooding in the spring of the year, with melting snow and during rains. My previous house had a serious water problem. We used to shovel water in our basements and had 3 sump pumps running. The water laid in a treeless backyard whenever there was excess precipitation and snow melt. It put a foot of water in our basement. From this experience, we knew this could happen on our present property I now live on, as we noticed water laid for several weeks in the backyard, and whenever the spring, and whenever it rained substantially. So we had to make sure our septic tank was not placed there. Now, we made sure this would not affect our house. The land slopes naturally to the back and is basically part of the same lands that belonged to the former farm that was located here. The water that lies in my present backyard is very similar to what the water looked like in our previous house. The paving of proposed streets will make this a nightmare, and which I have already experienced, not only causing problems for me, but for any houses built behind me. They will certainly have water problems, and it could cause me water problems that I want to avoid and would not be happy about. The drainage could affect the lands on the other side of the Millennium Trail and could drain into an area where more paved surfaces could be laid, as it is lower than here, and then run off towards Waring Creek and headwaters, creating pollution and endangering the environment and wildlife. Paved areas attract heat and cause the underground waterways to become warmer. I don't want to shovel water anymore, and I am sure no one else would. I know that the water level is not far from the surface, as I was present as our house was being built. Urbanization causes flooding. Traffic will be increased more. Tourism is substantial enough even now. More roads will cause unmanageable congestion. Wildlife endangered, they are the innocents here. I note that there is going to be a study on infrastructure. Is this property not on hold too? Where would we get doctors and veterinarians for the huge increase in population? We don't have enough right now for the existing population. A pig manure bin directly next to my property, which you would see on the, which you could see earlier, looks like it would belong to my land. My concern is the degrading of the bin, which could leach poisons into the underground water. I worked in a law office, and I still know people in the different offices. I have been told that real estate sales are down 50% or less from 2 years ago. People are selling, not buying. This is sensitive environmental land, which I believe is meant to be left alone. I am concerned it will cause problems for me and everyone. The negatives greatly outweigh the positives for this. I ask that council please deny the proposed street and subdivision, or at least put a hold on this at a minimum. Thank you, please. No, I believe this is very serious, the water problems. I have experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. I'm just going to see if there's any members of council that have a question. I just have a quick one. How long have you lived there, Ruth? Just out of curiosity.
How long have I been in there?
Yeah.
I've been there for 35 years.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
And besides which, the property I used to own still has water problems.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Victoria Taylor on behalf of the Prince Edward County Trails Committee.
We're actually going to tag team you. There's two of us.
Okay, perfect. Just a reminder, you have 5 minutes. And I know you have some items to present, so we'll just wait till those are on the screen.
Trust me with that thing, or said it just beep? Oh, okay. All right. Thank you, Mayor and Councilors, for this opportunity to speak. My name is Gregor Stewart. I am Chair of the PEC Trails Committee, and I'm speaking tonight with Victoria Taylor on what we see as impacts on the Millennium Trail and a proposal for the county. Specific to Loyalist Heights, we've met with operations, county ops, planning, and also met with Ray and one of his consultants on the trail. Our biggest concern was on safety, specifically where it's crossing in two places. Fences on the south side of the trail, creating a pressure-treated corridor. And then to planning's credit, they'd asked for a street that would parallel the trail. It looks, in the most current pictures that I saw tonight, that they've done that. We are looking for a road all the way along the trail north of, I think it's Road A or Road B. When we did meet with Ray and his partner, they had suggested they move the trail intersection back to the east, which would reduce the number of crossings at the trail. They wouldn't consider the road along the east, although they seem to have moved a little bit in that direction. But the biggest thing was that they felt they were being singled out for these requests. The current proposal doesn't really address the points above specifically. And I'll just show everybody. Number one is where the road crosses the trail in two places. On those current map on the website, there's still buildings. There's lots abutting the trail. That creates a blind side for anybody who's crossing the trail. And just for everyone's information, that is the busiest section of the trail between walkers, cyclists, ATVs, snowmobiles. That is the heaviest traveled section of the trail. And then our concern with fences along the trail sets a precedence. As soon as somebody gets approval to put fences up, everyone else is going to cite it as part of their developments. But we're not just talking about Loyalist. Our main focus is around safety, accessibility, and protecting the trail as a green space for people and wildlife. We have 40 volunteers who work constantly with county ops to maintain that. The goal is to maintain a park that spans the county, showing off its biodiversity of plants, trees, waterways, and wildlife. What we'd like to see are some more robust guidelines in the current planning documents so they don't destroy this asset, which has been repeatedly referred to as a jewel of the county. So we have 3 requests for the future. Publish design specifications and planning guidelines for road crossings and access points to the trail that make it safe for users of the trail. We have made some progress. I know the planning team, Michael has pushed back on some developers on that, but we'd like to see that firmed up and put in place for all developers. Restrict construction of buildings and fences directly abutting the trail. And then finally, establish a setback for green space for the entire length of the trail. That is part of the planning department's requirement. That last point, I am not an arborist nor a landscape designer, so I'll turn that over to Victoria Taylor to talk about what an ideal setback would be. Victoria?
Evening, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Victoria Taylor. I'm a resident of Picton. I'm a licensed landscape architect, and I'm founder and principal of VTLA Studio based here in Picton. I'm here this evening as a volunteer steward of the Millennium Trail, one of our most exceptional public assets. This landscape offers a rare opportunity to connect with nature. I've biked, walked, and skied along nearly every section of the trail, and each time I'm struck by how it brings you into wild, untouched spaces, offering both adventure and tranquility. The trail is truly a remarkable linear landscape, a gift to our community, made possible by those who had the vision to transform an abandoned rail line into a public space that serves both as a recreational corridor and an important wildlife passage. I want to acknowledge the ongoing efforts of the PEC Trails Committee, all the volunteers, council and staff, and the generous donors who have helped maintain and enhance this vital public asset for both residents and visitors. I'm pleased to see that the Millennium Trail is included in the official plan under the Open Space Lands designation, section 4.3.2. This section clearly states the intent is to protect, conserve, and enhance wildlife and biodiversity of these open spaces, while also providing recreational opportunities that respect and protect the natural environment and contribute to the local community, including our tourism sector. And that's a quote from the OP. Tonight, I know we're focusing on the section of the trail that runs alongside the proposed Loyalist Heights subdivision, but I urge us to broaden our perspective of the trail as a whole, not just as a 48-kilometer line on a map, but as a dynamic public green space, a cultural heritage landscape, and an essential piece of green infrastructure that has both length and width. And this is what this drawing here is showing, that there's an acreage to this space, as we could consider it as a linear park. This trail is not just a single line. It's a vital green space that spans 5 of the county wards: Ameliasburgh, Hillier, Wellington, Hollowell, and Picton. Can we reframe the Millennium Trail not as a 48-kilometer path, but as a 215-acre linear park? I'm here to ask council to consider a minimum 6-meter wide green buffer on either side of the trail, ideally with an access road next to the buffer and then the development. It's crucial that this buffer remains consistent for the entire length of the trail. I am concerned that the green buffer will become fragmented as the trail passes through development parcels, as we're seeing this development proposal tonight, as the trail passes through development parcels in urban boundary areas. 6-meter width is a recommendation green buffer based on consultations with Jennifer Gagne, a certified arborist and coordinator of conservation biology for this area of the Nature Conservancy of Canada. She advises that 6 meters is sufficient to support large growing trees and shrubs. However, this is a conversation that needs public input and to be guided by wildlife biologists and local conservation groups like Pecton. As we make critical decisions about our infrastructure, investing in our water, stormwater, and sanitary systems, it is equally vital that we prioritize investments in our green infrastructure and safeguard the natural assets we still have before they are lost. And this is not just an aesthetic issue. It's about community health, climate resilience, and sustainability. Protecting green spaces like the Millennium Trail through its whole length aligns with the climate emergency response that Council committed to in 2019. As we consider development on lands zoned for growth, we must also think about how we protect our tree canopy, preserve wetlands and wildlife habitats, and maintain natural areas that help absorb rainwater and replenish our aquifers. The Millennium Trail can help us achieve all of this, but only if we plan for it now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Victoria. Thank you, Gregor. I'm just going to see if there's any members of council for a question. Councillor McNaughton.
Thank you. So the setback that you were suggesting is 6 meters from the edge of the existing trail. Okay, so about 20 feet from the current lot line of that parcel that runs contiguously. Okay, and I'm just curious. I've been sort of trying to talk in this room at Planning Committee in prior meetings about keeping streetscapes away from the trail, and you're saying it's to our benefit to place a streetscape adjacent to that to run parallel and unobstructed, except for, I'm presuming, vegetation. And I heard the rationale, which was to make sure that we don't see just a big line of fences. And so what is I would be really interested to hear more about the vision, if you could just sort of encapsulate what that might look like, whether it was, in this case, sort of the horse is out of the barn, and we don't have a regulatory framework to say we need 20 feet or 6 meters from that actual property line. What could this look like with Street A that would be the most beneficial presentation? So there would be the traveled part of the trail, and then the buffer to the edge of the lot line, and then a significant buffer beyond that that would be vegetated with native species. Is that the vision? Yeah. And then a street.
Yes.
The PowerPoint slide we came up with, the design. Like to see those slid.
Okay, that would provide approximately in total about 30 feet of vegetative buffer from the travel portion of the trail to the street. Does that sound about right? Yeah, so then another 5 for the edge. Okay. Right. For example, a parking lot being built to accommodate the residents that is hardened right up to the edge of the line. Yes. Use the mic, actually, it's hard to. Can you use the mic? Sorry about that.
And the posting on the website just showed what I put up there, and it showed the original lots backing onto the trail, which I assumed they were private residences, so someone would have the right to put up a fence. And then what I saw this evening now is that there's a big brown box up there that says it's going to be apartments or it's going to be townhouses. And we don't know, are they against the trail? Is there parking lots? Is there a parking alley behind that? So I'm from Missouri. I'm the show me state. So when I see the detailed design, it gets signed off, then I'll believe it.
So, well, you know, I don't know a lot about Missouri, but I had some similar questions and a number of them written down, which is we don't have enough regulatory sort of understanding of what it looks like. And I think that is a top note for tonight. And I've heard this from our planners and I'm hearing it from you now, that the Trail Committee, that this is a desirable path forward to look at how a parallel street can actually offer some protection to the trail, which I'm going to think about. We have a lot of backyards on the trail that have successfully interacted with including, I used to live with one, I won't go on any longer, but I will continue to think on it. Thank you for your perspective.
It's not meant as an absolute. The green buffer is not meant as an absolute. It's meant as a direction. So that if we align like that and it's part of the planning process, then every decision going forward has that buffer incorporated
Yes.
into it. And we're not back here talking about every development, whether it's
Exactly.
Fawcett or Cold Creek or whatever.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Our next speaker is Jerry Jenkinson, President of the Prince Edward County Field Naturalists. I see Amy. Oh, never mind. Okay, so Jerry's here. Perfect. Just a reminder, Jerry, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, good evening. My name is Jerry Jenkinson, and I'm president of the Prince Edward County Field Naturalists. Thank you for this opportunity to follow up on the applicant's response to our previous comment, which we read at the July 17 meeting of this committee. In that comment, we noted our concern that the Loyalist Heights application included no low-impact development or green design features. We noted the specific implementation policy in the Picton Urban Centre Secondary Plan, calling for low-impact development in the Warrings Creek watershed and for consistency with the green design initiatives discussed elsewhere in the secondary plan. Almost 5 months later, our concern remains the same, as no low-impact development measures has been proposed in the current iteration of the applicant's planning justification report. The stormwater management report is the same one submitted with the application in July. None of the green design initiatives noted in our comment have been included. So see pages 14 and 15 of the most recent planning justification report. We ask, why has the applicant failed to respond to our concerns? Instead, the applicant chose to make the point that, quote, the proposed development conforms to the green design policies of the official plan, and then offered up a list of applications the OP proscribes, such as golf courses, uses of biosolids, and other, and so forth, that are not proposed for Loyalist Heights. That's good, but this response baffled us. Our comment was focused entirely on policies in the secondary plan. We didn't reference the official plan at all. Furthermore, I point out that the applicant has failed to follow through on the committee's direction to consider public comments. We're still waiting for the response to several points we raised in July, including why, in the applicant's view, LID measures don't apply to Loyalist Heights, and why none of the green design initiatives identified in the secondary plan are appropriate for Loyalist Heights. The other reason for my being here is to ensure that the applicant's reports are not misconstrued. For example, the stormwater management report indicates the use of LID measures, including infiltration islands, permeable pavements, green roofs, biofiltration swales, rain garden cisterns, and rain barrels. Nevertheless, not one of these measures is included. Another example found in the planning justification report states that LID measures are proposed that implement the Warrings Creek policies. However, this is false. Stormwater ponds and infiltration basins are not considered low-impact development. The climate emergency is here to stay and to worsen. So it's hard to understand why a developer would not make it an absolute priority to implement at least some sustainable practices in his project, especially when building in a watershed. This is a clear priority in the secondary plan, with its explicit language and policies that are intended to ensure the future sustainability of the Warings Creek watershed. One of the best examples is the implementing policy that calls for low impact measures that work with nature to manage stormwater as close to its source as possible. At the July meeting, the Planning Committee identified several specific items for follow-up by the developer. Low impact design was at the top of the list. We are pleased that this committee recognized the importance of low impact development in the particular context of the Warings Creek watershed. We fully agree with the Environmental Advisory Committee that, quote, in this instant, an LID solution is clearly an absolute requirement. Thank you for this opportunity to follow up on our concerns with the Loyalist Heights application. Please ensure they are addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Just going to see if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you. Our next speaker is Paula Peel. Welcome, Paula. Just a reminder, you have 5 minutes.
I want to focus on 2 items on the list, the low impact design and the Millennium Trail. First, the low impact design. The developer heard from the public and from at least 2 councillors who attested to the importance of using low impact development on this property. There's no sign of any movement towards more sustainable forms of development in any of the reports in the 5th and most recent submission. I encourage you to reference the Planning Justification Report update. There is a section on page 35 that explains the reasons against and the problems involved in implementing low impact development. This section sets out in the clearest terms possible the developer's position that low impact development is not a viable option, and for many reasons will never be a viable option, not the least of which is the expense. But even presumably less expensive LID measures such as biofiltration swales and permeable pavement are ruled out as being impractical in large subdivision applications. Nevertheless, there's a condition in the draft plan of approval that deals with low impact development. According to this condition, the owner shall agree in the subdivision agreement that blocks to be further developed through site plan controls shall incorporate LID measures where possible. What should we make of this? On the one hand, the reports could hardly be any clearer that low impact development is not a viable option. On the other hand, there is this condition in the draft plan of approval that the developer is agreeing to. The problem, it seems to me, is that the developer is on record as saying that low impact options are impractical and unaffordable and are not intended for large subdivision applications. Based on all the evidence, the reality is that low impact measures are not going to be incorporated, even if it's possible to incorporate them. It's also helpful to read the fine print. The developer is merely agreeing to include a condition in the subdivision agreement to the effect that low impact development could be incorporated during the site plan control phase where possible. This condition may be in the developer's best interest, but it's definitely not in the best interest of the environment. Conditions relating to low impact development need to be included up front in the draft plan approval to ensure that LID measures will be implemented from the early stages of the planning process and to ensure transparency and accountability. With LID requirements stated up front, all stakeholders, including members of the public, will know what's expected. The bottom line, it seems to me, is that low impact development is not an option on this property. It's the only hope we have of preserving the woodland and the wetland and ultimately the Warings Creek watershed itself. In the short time that's left, I want to talk about the Millennium Trail. The staff report notes that recently approved developments in Picton and Wellington have incorporated the trail into the development. While this may be true, it seems to me that the risks increase exponentially when a 495-unit subdivision is involved, when one of the internal roads in the subdivision crosses the trail, and when the Millennium Trail will be utilized as a major active transportation corridor, because simply put, other options are limited. The developer even confirms that an active transportation route along Sandy Hook may be difficult to achieve, with its open ditches making it difficult to add sidewalks, pathways, and trails. Residents living in the subdivision would be landlocked if not for the trail. Millennium Trail will effectively function as a sidewalk, but the trail is not a sidewalk. It's a multi-use recreational feature. With bicyclists, ATVs, dirt bikers, and snowmobiles in the winter months also using the trail, this to me has all the markings of a dangerous situation for pedestrians, especially for children. It seems to me this application is not at a stage where approval can or should be granted. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. Are there any questions for Paula? Seeing none, thank you. Our next speaker is Amy Bobman on behalf of Prince Edward County Field Naturalists.
I can get the click add subtitle to. Okay, don't worry about it.
All right, thanks, Amy. Just a reminder, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, oops, sorry. Good evening. My name is Amy Bodman. Thank you for this opportunity to comment on the Loyalist Heights subdivision application on behalf of the field naturalists. On July 17th, Council directed the applicant to further consider a number of points, many of which PecFen feels have not been adequately addressed. The point I will discuss tonight is greater consideration for Warings Creek. Warings Creek is the defining feature of the Warings Creek subwatershed, which supplies clean, cold groundwater to many, many homes and to some of the most fertile and productive agricultural lands in the county. While the creek itself is a site of significant fish habitat, the entire subwatershed, which covers an area of 17 square kilometers, also provides habitat to a plethora of biodiversity. The Warings Creek subwatershed is identified as the county's largest significant groundwater recharge area on Schedule D of our official plan, and as an essential part of our natural heritage system on Schedule B. The applicant's EIS fails to mention either of these facts. In both the Picton secondary and official plans, the county has created special policies to protect the Warings Creek subwatershed. In fact, in our official plan, all tributaries and wetlands associated with the watershed are afforded the same special protections as the creek itself. The applicant has not given greater consideration for Warings Creek. Nothing new is being brought to the committee for consideration. The applicant claims that a 200-meter separation exists between the development and Warings Creek. This separation was part of the May 2024 Planning Justification Report. Then and now, we believe this claim is deceptive because somewhere in the 200-meter setback is a stormwater pond. Stormwater ponds are development. Moreover, the stormwater pond in this fifth submission is reported as being 1.92 hectares, more than double its previous size of 0.8 hectares. Now more than twice as much water is being kept from natural filtration before it enters the subwatershed in the creek, meaning that even more water is now likely to be contaminated. There is no information in the application to account for such a change in size where this additional 1.12 hectares of land is coming from. Nor is there any information about how close the larger stormwater pond is from the wetland, which functions as a headwater. This is critical information to know in order to assess the risk of direct and indirect impacts to water temperature and quality. The stormwater pond shown in diagrams appears to be the same size in both submissions. In terms of temperature, extended detention practices for stormwater ponds can warm up the water more than other management practices. Where cold water streams are involved, It's important to design ponds that detain water for a relatively short time, less than 12 hours. The stormwater report makes reference to a 24-hour drawdown, perhaps even longer now that the pond is much larger. According to the EIS, water from the stormwater pond will cross Sandy Hook Road and run along the road ditch and private properties for approximately 200 meters and discharge to a pond. We believe this pond is in fact a wetland, a short distance from Beaver Meadow, provincially significant wetland. Instead of acres and hectares of land filtering and cooling the water before it enters the headwaters of Waring Creek, it will be meters, as Dan Langridge points out. It is the county's job to protect Warings Creek and its significant subwatershed from the deleterious effects of major development. The applicant has not provided adequate evidence to prove that Warings Creek will be able to remain an uncontaminated cold water creek should this development be allowed. Nor has any consideration been made of the cumulative effects of even more development at Cold Creek. PecFen is not convinced that Warings Creek and its subwatershed can remain sustainable in the face of all of this development. We respectfully urge Council to reject this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Are there any questions around the horseshoe for Amy? Councilor Branderhorst?
Hi, thank you, Chair. And hello, Amy. I'm just curious on, would you agree with the Warings Creek the Warings Creek group that a second hydro G could be sufficient in or a secondary look at it could be a good way forward with trying to figure out a better plan to protect it?
Yes, I think it should be a cumulative hydro G that covers both properties, both Cold Creek and Loyalist Heights.
Oh, okay.
The whole headwater area.
Yep, thank you for that.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. See no other questions. Thank you, Amy.
Okay.
Okay. Next, we have Dan Langridge. Welcome, Dan. Just a reminder, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, Dan Langridge. Credentials, just for speaking on this, been licensed millwright since 1999, licensed industrial electrician since 2004. I've worked 37 years in industry. I've worked on wet well sewage pumping stations, in-ground cement water retainers, and stormwater management ponds. As I've already sent a copy of the presentation to you. I won't go through all the math because obviously there's a lot of calculations. So please look at that. They are saying there will be 38.2% permeability reduction, this being an average of the property sections. It could be as high as 45% depending on the document you read. The previous area will be concentrated in the lower section of the property. I've used these numbers to calculate how much rain it will take to fill the stormwater management pond the first time and then the back-to-back storms. This is important because they propose to use a clay-lined wet pond that uses evaporation to dissipate the flow. I've done these in both metric and imperial values. Each calculation is broken down in the appendix. Using the 38.2% value on the enlarged size of the SWM of 5,663 cubic meters, it will only take 1.91 inches of rain or 49.73 millimeters of rain to fill the SWM to overflowing. That's calculation 1 that you will see. They propose a 24-hour drawdown using the 154 millimeter pipe to leave the pond at 0.6 meters in depth. This means that it will take a mere 29.24 millimeters to refill the SWM with all the additional rainfall overflowing the pond. That's calculation 2. They designed criteria for the 2 to 100-year studies saying this is above the MOE standard. The environment is changing faster than we can collect the data, as we know, and is no longer meaningful. Let's just look at the last 2 years to see if we ever get more than 29.24 millimeters of rain in a 24-hour period. You will see in Table 1 that this has happened 9 times in the last 2 years. The numbers are there to back it. The bottom line is LEDs won't work in this property because for every millimeter of rain received for the 38.2% of the site will enter the stormwater management. The water, along with contamination, is going to the SWM pond and drain close to Waring Creek's headwater. As stated already, instead of acres and hectares to filter the water, now there's merely meters. And you will see on the design, it shows all the measurements for the woods, stormwater pond, road, and then to the sewage pumping that we'll be talking about. For every foot of the 28.72 acres, 25.4 millimeters of rain will dump 650,000 gallons, 365 imperial gallons to the drained into the headwaters. Neither the county or proponents is considering the cumulative effects of the neighboring developments, Loyalist and adjacent, let alone the contributions already being received from the development on George Wright Boulevard. I've estimated the adjacent property contribution based on their initial reported data as they were estimated 40% impervious cover. Data that will no doubt need to be revised when a proper hydro-G study is done. That's in calculation number 3. A rainfall event of only 1 inch, 25.4 millimeters, will deliver a cumulative value between these two development properties of 1,375,005 imperial gallons of water that's going to be dumped right near the headwaters. Once the stormwater management pond of the two properties have been filled the first time with the volume of water being released, if the water being released has any contamination, Berwick's Pond, Welch's Pond, our pond, Taylor's Pond, and over to Hagerman's will be contaminated. This is only one incident of more than 25.4 millimeters of rain, and we've already proven that this has happened 9 times in the last 2 years. This does not satisfy the requirement to ensure no change to flow or receiving of the land or water. We haven't even got into the discussion of the sewage water from Loyalist Heights only, nor have the proponents identified how they propose to manage sewage and ensure it is being pumped to the heights. No matter what they propose, there is always a possibility of failure, either in pipes bursting, pump failures. In the 37 years of working on it, I haven't found a foolproof system yet. Usually this occurs during extreme flow events or storms. I have calculated the potential amount of sewage that could be produced and spilt into Warings Creek from Loyalist Heights as 145,431 imperial gallons. That's sewage and water per day. And you'll see in the calculation in the appendix of what the average is for per person in Ontario. Needless to say, this would destroy Warings Creek and all the wells along the system. With pumping station within 50 meters, this is the sewage pumping station within 50 meters of the SWM pond on Loyalist Heights. This adds a huge contamination potential to Waring's headwaters. 650,365 imperial gallons from the stormwater management pond, along with 145,403 imperial gallons of sewage, depending on how much leaks out, we're pushing close to 800,000 imperial gallons being dumped located at a critical spot at the headwaters. This information will have shown the risk to our ecosystem and farmers that rely on the water from Warings Creek to farm. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Dan. Are there any questions for Dan? Seeing none. Oh, Councillor Prinzen.
I just want to say, you gave a lot of numbers, and I just want to thank you for sending them in an email so we can see them and digest them quicker than writing them down. So just thanks and
thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dan. Next, we have Kimberly McDougall.
Thank you. My property's beside Ruth Bruce's. Thank you, Ruth. Now I know I have big puddles in my backyard at the top all the time. Thank you. I didn't know that. But I have really good common sense and really good comprehension skills. I've looked at the new map. I went to the building and planning department. I always do to get all the updates. And I have the older one from July. And I can't, I'm very confused. I can't make head or tails of a lot of this, even with a magnifying glass. I have an easement. I own an easement all the way from Loyalist, all the way down the left side of my property, the whole length, and past my property till it runs in and connects with the Millennium Trail, almost to Sandy Hook. So it's a very long easement. I have 10 single-family dwellings, a street, and I don't know what this is at the end. I can't figure it out, right up against my easement property line. And I don't understand what the relocation is of existing trees. The existing trees, pretty well from all of my property line, all the way up Roofs all the way down and all the way almost to no frills. All our properties, they're all like, I know mine and roofs, they're like 250-foot pines. Mine are on my property. Hers are just on that property. We are terrified. What do they mean by, you can't relocate those? How are you gonna relocate those? And where's the buffer? Like, these properties are right up against mine. So where's the buffer for that? I don't get that. There's so much I don't. This is more confusing than the last one I looked at. I just don't know what to think anymore. There's just so much. I'm becoming lost for words. And I just, that was terrifying, by the way. What that gentleman just said, absolutely terrifying. Like, and we have to remember too, the 4 things I mentioned last time: jobs, doctors, veterinarians, and school spots. Children. We don't have enough of any of those things. If not, some of them we don't have any. Those are huge, huge. And I don't really see an affordable housing component really in this development. I really don't. I know that's what you're relying on for the other develop. I don't see it. I don't hear it. I don't comprehend any of that. So I'm just, yeah, that's about all I have to say tonight. But this I'm concerned about. It's like right there. And there's also chemical pollution running off asphalt into that land, into the land, into the soil when that water comes. That all the tires that drive on surfaces on asphalt, they all leave chemicals behind. When we get rainfall and snow, they all wash into the surrounding land. So that's added to that too. So you have all that chemical pollution going into that soil, and it's got to go somewhere. So it's going to go to the Waring Creek, it's going to go in my backyard, it's going to go in her backyard, it's going to go in all the backyards, and we can't protect ourselves from that. That's terrifying. Terrifying to go with that gentleman's statistics and numbers. I'm overwhelmed. Thank you so much.
Okay.
I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Kimberly.
Thank you.
See if there are any questions. Councillor Pinnell?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, honey. Sorry.
My question is,
Yes.
when you don't understand something,
Yes.
did you approach planning for an explanation?
I don't.
Pardon?
I did not.
Okay,
I did
thank
not.
you.
Yeah, I did not. Okay. Because I'm kind of thinking, they might not know everything either. I don't think I'm going to get any answers that'll satisfy me, because there's just some things on here, no offense or anything, there's just a lot of things on here that aren't really marked properly, like residential dwellings, and then it's just a big square. Like, what does that mean? It's not like, I read all this on the bottom, all the codes and everything, and there's nothing there. Like, it doesn't say what it is for some of these plots. So I have no idea what that is. I have no idea what that is. I just don't understand a lot of it. That's what I'm saying by I'm confused about some of the things. Like I said, I went with a magnifying glass, and I take days to read things and compare things and comprehend things. So that's what I'm just confused on, a lot of the outlay and things that aren't really marked, like, definitely, and yeah.
Okay, thanks, Kimberly.
You're welcome. Thank
Councillor
you.
Branderhorst?
I might be able just to give a little explanation to that. Yeah, no worries. Most of it's just because Doug Ford's given away our right to our draft plan approval as a council. So part of that is that this is just a draft, so they don't have to put in buffer lines, they don't have to put in any of that information, because he stripped that right away from us. So part of this, it's not our planners are like, I personally love our planners.
I didn't mean that. I'm sorry.
No,
that
that's
came
okay.
across wrong. I apologize. Yeah.
I'm just clarifying and trying to help you understand the file and that's kind of why, like, the townhouse apartment block 2 is it's a block. They don't have to put in the parking. They don't have to do any of that stuff.
Yeah.
Based on the.
Yeah, no, I got that one.
Yeah, okay.
I did understand that one.
Okay,
There's
perfect.
There's other ones that just say residential dwellings.
I know, I just wish I could give you more of a buffer line between your properties and confirm more about trees, and tree lines, and I wish I could.
No,
but
that's okay. That's perfectly fine. It was just coming out of my head.
No,
I talked a lot.
Sometimes you gotta get it out.
It's a coping mechanism.
Okay, thank you, Kimberly.
Thank you. Thank you for that, though. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Our final pre-registered speaker tonight is Les Stanfield.
Thank you very much. Yes, my name is Les Stanfield. I live on Morrison Point Road, and I'm a stream and landscape ecologist. I'm here to encourage you to refuse the Loyalist Heights subdivision, proposed on the grounds that it is a violation of PPS policy 4.18 and section 4.2, in that the applicant has not demonstrated that there will be no negative impacts to the ecological, water quality, and quantity function of natural features. In this instance, the Warings Creek ecosystem. It also violates multiple sections of our official plan and the minutes of settlement that you heard about, Cliff Rice spoke about from the Waring Creek Improvement Association. My last deputation to you on this proposal was highly critical of the quality of the investigations. The proponents have actually done a pretty reasonable job of documenting the conditions on site. They've not gone beyond on site, but they've done a pretty decent job of documenting the conditions of the geology and the hydrogeology at this site. In fact, it is very clear from their own data that the water table is extremely high at this property and the bedrock is very close to the surface. This is a conundrum for them. In fact, it's kind of a catch-22. The peer review that I submitted last week identifies the implications of these conditions in detail. You've already heard from Dan. He gave you all kinds of numbers about the impacts of the magnitude of the water that we're talking about here. What he doesn't speak to is that how seasonally the water levels will change. And those values will change historically and seasonally, and it's that variability in flows that is going to have a big impact on Warings Creek. The bottom line is that if you build a high-density subdivision here, you will significantly increase the surface flows and significantly decrease the groundwater flows to Warings Creek. There will also be significant impacts to the water quality, both in terms of temperature and contaminants, as several people have alluded to. Finally, the LID won't work here because the geology and the water table compete against it. Stormwater management ponds are not LID. It's just something you use that's better than nothing. It doesn't work as an LID is intended to work. They propose to encourage infiltration at the bottom of the property in the wetland. It is too small, and most of the year it's already saturated. So that won't work either. And because the proposal is in the headwaters, you will in effect degrade the stream to such an extent that it will no longer be suitable for brook trout or any other sensitive taxa. The first and most important question these studies are intended to answer is the intensity of development compatible with the long-term sustainability of PEC, Picton, and Warings Creek? And if so, what do we have to do to ensure it succeeds? Reading their reports, you can't help conclude that their hydrologists and planners have come to the same conclusion. They don't spell this out, but a reading of all the proposed or theoretical options for dealing with all the water and their proposal to simply increase surface drainage to Warings Creek with unreported consequences and implications implies they came to the same conclusion. This project, and indeed Cold Creek, are the wrong use of these lands, period. Intensive urban development on these properties will destroy the stream and the headwater wetland, put people's well-being and health at risk, and go against multiple sections of the official plan and the provincial policy statement. Further, who wants to live on top of an underground lake with all the inherent problems that will emerge both during and after construction? No one has yet asked the follow-up question. What is the appropriate development strategy for these properties? This would require a quantitative understanding of the cumulative hydrological conditions of the Warings Creek watersheds. Please do the right thing and refuse this proposal, and honor your commitment to these studies before any more expensive confrontations occur. Thank you.
Thank you, Les. Let's see if there's any questions for you. Seeing none, thank you. I'm going to see if there's anybody else in the audience who would like to speak to this file who wasn't registered tonight. Yes, sir, come on to the microphone and state your name. Just a reminder, you have 5 minutes.
Adam Wilson, WSE Consulting. I wrote the storm report that we're hearing lots of things about tonight. I'd like to maybe provide some clarification. So the report focuses on the stormwater pond and a large infiltration basin at the downstream end of the pond. It is an LID measure. It is designed in accordance with the LID design manual, and it will provide the requirements of an LID feature. We've heard some comments about temperature. The pond will be a bottom drawdown, so the lower, cooler water is what will leave the pond as water comes in and forces it out. There will be shading, trees, plants that can help control temperature. And then the infiltration basin itself will also provide a lot of temperature control before that groundwater gets to the creek. Sorry, going through the notes, trying to keep up with what was all said tonight. There was some comments about 24-hour drawdown and a 12-hour drawdown. 24-hour drawdown is a ministry standard for quality control. We're following the MOE design guidelines, as well as the depths of water, the amount of runoff, all those things are ministry requirements. And I would just point out that the document was peer reviewed by the county's peer reviewer as well as the Conservation Authority, and they've both agreed that it achieves the requirements, and it was specifically reviewed against the Warren Creek policies. If there's any questions.
Okay, thank you, Adam. Any questions? No? Councillor Hirsch?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming this evening. It's good to be able to talk to one of the authors. Quoting from the report, and you described how the stormwater pond would drain from the bottom. I still have an issue if you picture a situation of we've had a week long of blistering hot weather in the summer and then a dramatic thunderstorm that overflows the pond and water is probably pretty warm. But at the end of one of the paragraphs in the report, it says that the water from the pond will cross Sandy Hook Road, so now it's off the property, and run along the road ditch and private properties for approximately 200 meters to discharge to a pond which has been described as part of the creek system. That area is covered with trees and shrubs which will also help to maintain cool temperatures. The developer has no ability to ensure that that tree cover or shrubs will stay there. That's on other people's property. How does that form part of this analysis, in your opinion?
I'm sorry, I don't have the report in front of me to remember that specific line, but are we talking about the water that's leaving the pond, or there's a portion of the site that can't make it to the pond?
It's the water leaving the pond, goes under the road, and then through private properties.
But it's already addressed before it leaves the property. The intent would be to treat it and control it and achieve the requirements before it leaves the property.
Okay, this is cited as one of the ways that the water will be cooled is traveling through those private properties.
So
that's not guaranteed.
Yeah, so it's a preliminary report. There would be a requirement, draft condition that we updated and finalize it through the draft conditions, and we can look at that and remove it and see if we can add some additional measures.
Okay, thank you, Adam.
One thing that I would like to point out that I forgot there, as well as with the LIDs, what we did with that concept plan is we brought in more private blocks of development, which during those detailed designs through site plan control, they can implement site-specific LIDs that are more appropriate for smaller parcels, as opposed to my comments in the report about how LIDs don't work well for municipal roads and drainage systems.
Okay.
So it will be implemented in other parts of the property as well.
Okay, thank you. I don't think I saw anybody else in the audience with their hand up, so on that note, can I get before we get to council questions and comments, can I ask for somebody to put this item on the floor, please? Mover and a seconder? Anybody? Councillor Roberts and Councillor Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a Roberts-Harrison motion that the report of the Development Services Department dated December 11, 2024 regarding official plan amendment file number OPA 0521, draft plan of subdivision file number 13T21503, and zoning bylaw amendment file number Z2121 be received, and two, that official plan amendment file number OPA 05-21 for the lands described as part of lots 19 and 20, concession 3, military tract, township of Hallowell, be approved. 3, Therefore, the lands located at part of lots 19 and 20, concession 3 military tract, township of Hollowell, plan of subdivision, file number 13T-21-503 be approved, and that zoning application file number Z21-21 for the lands described as part lots 19 and 20, concession 3 military tract, township of Hollowell be approved.
Questions or comments from council members? Councilor Branderhorst.
I got a few, so feel free to cut me off at any point, Chair, whenever I start talking too much. But let's start with my question number one. Has it been indicated where specifically the rent-to-own affordable housing would be? Would it be all townhomes? Would it be single detached, semi-detached, part of the seniors village? Has that been indicated? That would have
It
been
might be,
yes.
Mr. Essiambre might have to come to answer that one.
Through the chair to the councillor and the committee. The specifics haven't been worked out, but conceptually the idea, at least at this point, is that about half of them would be in the multifamily area, that large brown block that you saw. There'd be some multifamily development there that would be part of the affordable housing. The other is the purchase to own. So we don't know, we haven't decided really whether it's going to be semi-detached or single-family homes, but it's going to be a rent-to-own scenario. But we need to work those out with the county. A lot of it also has to do with just the pro forma, the spreadsheet that's going to make all this work. But the intent is to have about half of them as multifamily, the other half is either singles or semi-detached.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question.
And if I may, just to continue that, because I've heard this question asked before, where is it going to happen and when? And so it would be coming off and it would be in that first phase. So some or all of it would be in that first phase.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Do you have another question, Councilor Branderhorst? If you do,
I do.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. My next would be specifically, I guess this would also go to Ray. Is there any expected trails to go through any of the EP land, or would it stay untouched and undeveloped? Without, because I know EP lands by zoning profile are allowed to have man-made trails throughout them, but I was wondering, would it stay protected?
We haven't, we've kind of stayed away from that just because it's going to be dedicated to the county, and the county will decide how that's going to be used. The zoning does permit trails to be, and I can't imagine, even if the county doesn't put a trail, I can't imagine people are not going to go there. So the reason for the park, the EP, and the wetland all being in one area, that's all going to be publicly owned. And so there's an opportunity for some interesting design of how those things are all connected through the trail, with a trail, and then up to the Millennium Trail. So the idea is to be able to go around the community in a trail system.
I guess my personal fear is what would human damage do to Waring's Creek, but I understand where your thought process is, so thank you for the explanation.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from council members? Councilor Grosso.
Thank you, Ray. Can you speak a little bit more about the rent to own, and how do we target that to our own young families here in the county?
The administration of that is going to be with the county. The housing department and the board will decide how that gets allocated, to who, and so that would be administered by the county.
And as far as the rent to own, can you talk a little bit about that?
Both about that would, whether it's rent to own or whether it's the purchase option, those would be administered by the county, and that's about as far as we've gone with the discussion. Now, in terms of how they're chosen or who gets it or who's eligible, we haven't gotten into that level yet.
Thank you.
Councilor Hirsch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question for staff, first of all, and then I'll have some comments. Does staff have any response to the presentation that Dan Language made about the quantity and quality of water in significant rain events, which aren't even that significant? They happen all the time. Seeming to be really problematic. I wonder if staff had a response to that.
Through the chair. So the applicant has provided a preliminary stormwater report, and we've reviewed that report in-house, as well as retained a professional engineer to peer review that study. And they've determined that the information that has been provided is adequate for approval of a draft plan of subdivision. So this is a high-level development approval. It's not a detailed development approval. That will come at a later stage when the applicant needs to meet the conditions of approval. And Mr. Wilson touched on it earlier, that they will be doing a detailed engineering review, which will involve more thorough study and presumably another peer review of that document when it becomes available.
Follow-up, Councillor Hirsch?
Thanks, yeah. So I just want to say, and I've said this before, and probably in respect of the Cold Creek subdivision, but the same comments apply here. From an environmental standpoint, the absolute key concern here is the quality and quantity of water reaching Warings Creek. That's all that matters from an environmental standpoint. And I remain unconvinced that it's been demonstrated that that is going to work out with, in this case, just a stormwater pond. The proponent in this case has said that they don't believe that LID measures elsewhere on the property will work, so they're happy to simply have 38% of the property drain into this stormwater pond. Whereas Cold Creek development, the developer is quite prepared to implement lid measures on a very similar property elsewhere on the property to assist in addition to the stormwater management pond. So there's kind of a disconnect there. I just find that we haven't been persuaded, I certainly haven't been persuaded, that there is an adequate guarantee that the temperature, quality, quantity of water reaching the creek is going to maintain its health. And as Mr. Stanfield pointed out, the provisions of the provincial policy statement 4.18 and 4.2 must be met, and I don't think that they are. So I can't support it on this basis.
Thank you, Councillor Hirsch. I'm going to go to Councillor Prinzen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just giving staff a couple questions for staff, I guess. One question or one comment from one of the speakers was made that staff was unaware of the agreement from 2007 with the county and the Warings Creek Group. Can you confirm or deny, or what would you like to say about that, staff? Are you aware of that agreement and I guess the county's lack of holding up their end of it from the way I see it today?
Through the chair, Dr. Rice was kind enough to provide me with a copy of the agreement the other day, and I have reviewed it.
And so now I'll give you the floor. What is your thoughts on it and this application? Are we premature now that you've seen the agreement and what the county is obligated to do on said properties before we approve developments?
Through the chair, I don't believe after reading that document it changes my recommendation.
Okay.
The time to have dealt with that would have been at the time that the secondary plan was approved in 2015.
In your view, since we didn't deal with it in the 2015, you don't feel like you should have to deal with it now? That's kind of what I just heard, so I'm just confirming what I heard.
Through the chair, there's a couple different processes going on. It was not directly related to a planning application. It was in regard to a different matter that that agreement was reached. It was not dealt with at the secondary plan stage. And so what we have before us is an application, and we need to review that in relation to the policies which are improved today, which is the official plan and the secondary plan.
So one more follow-up, sorry. So in your view, that agreement from 2007 doesn't affect or matter with this development?
Through the chair, I believe it matters, but it has been dealt with either through the secondary plan policies themselves or through the work that the applicant has put forward to address the concerns.
Okay, I think we'll just agree to disagree on this one, so I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Councillor Harrison and then Councillor Branderhorst.
Okay, in listening to the people on both this one and the Cold Creek one, it seems that there's the one piece missing in this puzzle that would make it easier for council as well as satisfying the concerns of people would be this Hydro-G study. So my question is, how long would it take to get that?
Through the chair, as part of this application, they have provided a hydrogeological study, and it has been peer reviewed by a consultant that the county retained, an independent peer reviewer. In addition to that, there is a condition that says that if further hydrogeological work is required, then it would be to the satisfaction of the director. So it has been done, and it has been peer reviewed.
Okay, and what about, I shouldn't, whatever we do here basically sort of applies to both subdivisions that are on the block here right at the moment. They're all to do with the same thing. The water, or the underground water particularly. And in light of that agreement that was made, I think the onus is on the county to do a more in-depth look at the whole property as a whole, inclusive of both subdivisions, because we're really kind of, as a council, grasping at unknowns here, in my opinion. And even everybody that speaks, it sort of seems everybody's got their theories, but not really knowing what the groundwater situation is. So anyway, if this were to be done, the county do a study on the whole property, both properties, how long would it take?
Through the chair, we'd have to establish a budget. We would have to put a request for RFPs. There'd have to be a process involved in purchasing services to do that work. So that could take some time. In terms of how long the actual study would take, it could be completed throughout the summer, because that's when we encourage applicants to complete their hydrogeological work. So it could take a number of months.
Okay, and any idea of cost?
Unfortunately, I don't know.
I do seem to remember Dr. Rice said that there was some willingness there to cost share on that as well too, so I'll just put that in everybody's mind. Councillor Branderhorst?
Well, Chair, we're having the same thought go across our heads. Sharing money. I like that. My head is also where Councillor Harrison's head is at. I keep thinking back to that it's something that I keep sticking on is this water. And I get that more hydro-Gs can be done after we approve tonight. But my fear is then it's almost too late and I'm not ready to get there, or I'm personally hesitant to get there. I would like a second hydro-G done. If that's on our end, I'm okay with that to protect this jewel as quoted in the report. Sorry, I'm thinking and talking at the same time. But I guess specifically I'd be in favor of tabling this for a future time until we can get that second hydro-G done on our end. I would also table the other report, and I would also like to work with the Warings Creek personally because what I really respected about what they said was that if all things come back from this group adventure and it comes to say the exact same thing that is already being said, then it will move forward as if the contract, like Councillor Princeton pointed out, all things are fulfilled. And to me, there's very few times that as a councillor that we can go back and rectify other council's decisions, but sometimes I think we have to stand up and also say there was a shortcoming and also own to it, pay the money now, and live with that. So personally, where I'm landing on it, but I
see the manager of planning with his hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just another option perhaps is that we could condition this to have a cumulative hydro-G study done between the county, Cold Creek, and this particular property in advance of any final approval being granted to the project. So just an option if that's something that council wants to pursue.
Thank you.
Could I get a clarification on?
Sure, Councillor McNaughton, yeah.
Thank you. So I'm sorry, you said a cumulative peer review, roughly? Or cumulative hydro-G? Okay. And that would include the entire surrounding areas as well, or just the two development projects?
My thought process at this point is the two projects, we have hydro-Gs completed for both. So to have an RFP and a tender and go through that particular procurement process would take a little bit of time. Once the winner of the contract is chosen, then it won't take that much time to review both documents and determine what course of action may or may not be required.
And this would become a condition on both, potentially?
Correct. It could be put into both draft approvals of both applications.
Thank you for allowing me the clarification.
You're welcome. Councillor Pennell, did you have your hand up? And then I'll come to you, Councillor Prinzen, after Councillor Pennell's done.
I've got a little different theory on this. I do not believe that taxpayers should be paying for a study that private developers are making money on. What I would suggest before we do anything, let's get a legal opinion. Do we have to abide by that or not? If we do, that ends it pretty quickly. If we don't have to abide by it, let's find out what our options are. I don't want to be spending a whole bunch of money before whether we're legally obligated. And I think that is the biggest question here. And I would suggest that, it be deferred until we get some answer. But I want to know, is it legal what was signed back then?
I'm going to go to Councillor Prinzen and then Councillor Roberts.
Perfect. And I was just looking for clarity on Manager Michaud's comments. So would you be looking for a deferral, or would you be looking for an approval with conditions? Because I can't see how we could approve this one tonight, not knowing how the Cold Creek one's going to go with conditions. So I like the idea, as much as I hate deferrals, so I'm just looking for what you were thinking with that comment about the hydro-G study.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Indeed, it was just thinking of tonight's project to do both at the same time. I guess we'd have to have both applications here at the same time to ensure that both applicants understand the rules of engagement in terms of a cumulative impact for the hydro-Gs. If it's a deferral and bring back both items at the same time, I guess that's an option. But just the idea of, I just wanted to put out the idea that you could approve this subject to these particular conditions, as we could put any condition on any project.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Roberts, and then Councillor Maynard has her hand up, but we'll go to Councillor Roberts first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, just on the principle of, if you know better, you tend to do better. And there is precedent for a council revisiting inaction and unresponsiveness of previous councils in a matter of what's doing the right thing. And I remind council that that precedent was established at least on the matter of Forester's Island and the Mohawks of the Bay of Quinte, where a 2005 request for action went unanswered until it was rediscovered by council, revitalized and brought forward, and we did the right thing. We fixed that. So I think there's every precedent for us to fix this Waring Creek agreement that was signed by a previous council under Mayor Lou Finnegan. And I think we should do it.
Councillor Maynard? Yeah, we can't hear you, Councillor Maynard. I think you're muted. Just one moment, Councillor Maynard. The clerk's trying to determine why we can't hear you. Maybe while we troubleshoot that, is there anybody else in the room that has any other questions? Councillor Branderhorst? I'll come back to you, Councillor Maynard.
It's not a question, but a notice of, or I will put a motion up specifically to a deferral with specifically asking towards, oh, clerk, sorry, I know you're busy, but specifically looking towards motion of the second, I see you flash, or like holding up the words and I just don't have it. Guess I would.
My handwriting is appalling.
Fine. Okay, so, oh, I'm just putting out my intention. And then that, yeah, direct staff to explore the scope of an RFP.
Maybe we should, I think we should finish questions before you put that on.
Just as a.
Yeah. Are we having any luck with Councillor Maynard?
I'm not.
Oh, there you go. We can hear you now, Councillor Maynard.
I wasn't ready, but who knows? So my question's regarding the Millennium Trail and the increased pedestrian trail and the potential conflict, seeing as it is like one of the busiest parts of the trail, both for vehicular or motorized and non-motorized traffic. How do we ensure that the current uses of the trail are not restricted in any way going forward? Like, I don't know, we have crossings at the trail. Like, how do we ensure that motorized traffic is still allowed on that part of the trail? So, well, most of them have to get to, you know, they need fuel. You see them coming in all the time, right? And I just want to make sure that the trail isn't going to be restricted in the future.
Matt, do you have anything to?
So, through the chair, this is a long-term development. It's not going to be fully built out overnight. It's going to be several years before there is any major change. But having said that, we have to acknowledge that the trail is going to change over time and that there will be an increased number of pedestrians, bicyclists. Maybe at some point in the future, a future council decides to add some asphalt to different parts of the trail. We don't know. We just know that over time this is going to change. It's going to evolve, and this draft plan of subdivision allows for those opportunities to happen gradually over time. How will roads cross currently if they were to be done now? We'd want to see some detailed cross sections to make sure that it is done safely. But over time, it is going to change, and we're going to have to revisit this and make some decisions in the future.
Okay, just a quick follow-up. So we'll make those decisions if we make the, if the trail becomes the primary pedestrian access for all that traffic. If we don't have alternative routes for people to walk or to bike.
So through the chair,
If we're using
there will be sidewalks throughout the development.
Yeah, I know.
But this is going to be an urban area. That's why it was designated such in the secondary plan. So we do anticipate that it's going to evolve over time.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Ferguson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to ask the same question that Councillor Maynard did, but I want to press a little bit more about the trail that we've talked about. We've used the term that it is a gem. I'm concerned about the road crossing and ensuring that the work and effort that has gone into the trail, even though, as you say, Matt, it's going to change. I think many of us in the community want to protect it for what it is. And I don't know how we do that. And I understand that there's going to be a project that is going to go through years, if not decades, to fully build out. But we cannot sell ourselves short and allow a development anywhere to affect the core purpose of that trail. And I don't have any particular recommendations, but I'm fully supportive of making sure that it receives our attention on all development. So that's a comment more than anything else. But a couple of other things. This project has been under discussion for quite some time. The whole Waring's Creek protection issue has been a topic of considerable conversation for well over 10 years. I too have concerns about the water and making sure that is protected. So we'll see where these motions go through, and it may take more time for the development to get approved. It's an incredibly sensitive area, and as we can see here, we have all kinds of people that are passionate about it. One other thing that is in the report is this slim triangle of land that's currently owned by Canadian Tire that in the report you talk about merging these, and there's an opportunity. Further discussion is encouraged, I think is the word. Has anything happened with that?
Through the chair, other than discussions between the landowners initiated by staff, there hasn't been anything that I'm aware of.
So how might that, just a quick follow-up, what might come out of those discussions?
Through the chair, we've done a few exercises where we've quantified sort of the land area involved that Canadian Tire owns, and laid out how they could potentially become merged with, I guess it would be the trail to the north, and then it would either become part of the development or maybe it would be retained by the county as parkland. There's various different options that could happen, but in either case, there's over 500 meters of surplus trail that we have to live with if that doesn't happen. So we're encouraging the developer as well as Canadian Tire Corporation to have some discussions about how to resolve that issue. And that would create an opportunity to realign the trail and make it just function more efficiently in that location.
Okay, but it's in the hands of the two parties.
Correct.
We have no role to play.
We can assist in facilitating discussions, but we cannot force any agreements.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Councillor St. Jean.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to everyone that has commented tonight. I have two questions, and then I will be quiet for a little while. So the first question has to do with some of the conversation that was just occurring prior to Mayor Ferguson and Councillor Maynard coming on, with regards to tying the two adjacent proposals together, with a common hydrogeological study. Is there legal precedent for that? And I guess this is going directly to staff, because I've not heard of anything like that before. Two independent applications, while they may be adjoining or near each other, and possibly tying them together. I'm getting a little confused with where this could end up as a legal mess. So that's question number one. And then as well, how close are we getting to the point where this could end up at LPAT simply on a no decision if a deferral goes forward? Looking for some direction from staff or a response at least.
Through you, Mr. Chair. In terms of this application moving forward to a potential appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal, that's totally in the hands of the applicant. If the committee and council do not render a decision either tonight or shortly, but the lack of a decision, we are beyond the time frame under the Planning Act, and that leaves it in the hands of the developer to make a decision whether or not they want to go forward with an appeal. In terms of the cumulative study, we are allowed to put reasonable conditions as part of a draft approval. That could be one of the conditions, and the way I see it being held or dealt with is that a peer reviewer be hired to look at both hydrogeological studies together to determine what the cumulative impacts are, and if not, or if there's missing information, that maybe one or both of the applicants need to go forward with their hydroge specialists and to provide that information gap.
Quick follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the response to the first one is we're already there. Okay, I accept that. And then the second part, and I hate to put you on the spot, Michael, but have you ever heard of a situation like that where we are tying two independent applications together independently of each other and not discussing them together? This is where I'm having some difficulty. I'm not saying I'm supporting or not in support of this. I'm more concerned about legal risk for the municipality at this point.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Indeed, it's a somewhat unique situation. I've seen it in the past where there's been studies required by developers that are joining properties. It might have been an environmental study, that sort of thing, where you have to look at everything in its holistically as opposed to their individuals. So they've been forced to hire an environmentalist to provide a report that deals with both of their applications.
Okay, I guess my final comment was I just see a whole lot of legal nightmares in front of us and a ton of costs, which, as we know, we don't have money to defend. Anyways, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go quickly to Councillor McNaughton.
Thank you. if I, just on that, I think if we're doing our due diligence to ensure that we're conforming with the provincial planning statement, I see that there is some rationale that would help us do that, because a watershed generally is, you're looking at the water flow in basins. You're not necessarily looking at one strip of land or another strip of land. There's a holistic nature to a watershed, and if we're conforming with the PPS, we do need to be ensuring, doing our due diligence to ensure that a natural feature is protected. So I can see how that could be a supportable rationale. But my comment is actually, my comment is regarding the Millennium Trail, the crossing of the Millennium Trail and the strip of land, and reorienting the leg that goes, that moves up toward, that connects to Loyalist Parkway and beyond and crosses over to Highway 49. I would be concerned, one of the wonderful things about it now is that there's a gradual slope going up that is very achievable for people who have some mobility issues. And if you move it further down and create a juncture in another location, if that does happen, I would suggest that you make sure that it's an improvement on accessibility and not a loss. Currently, it's a great route on a bike, and it's one of the best places to cut through. There could be some others, but I do like the layout the way it is, and it follows the historic rail line, and that I also appreciate. I know that doesn't fit nicely with planning always, but it is something that I love about the trail, is you get to see some of that the pieces of history scattered throughout in various locations, including the rail yard just across the street from the entrance on Lake. So so that is just a cautionary comment.
Okay, thank you. I think we're heading towards a motion, and before we do that, I just want to call a quick 10-minute recess. Staff are indicating that they want to consult before we put this motion on the floor. So I'm going to call a 10-minute recess, and we'll come back at about 20 after 9.
Potentially using the PPS section 4. Sure, she's still here. I'll find this section of the PPS.
down really quickly. I really wanted to hit the hammer, but I don't have to. Okay, welcome back. I believe we have a motion coming forward from Councillor Branderhorst once she's back at her seat here.
Okay, I do have a motion, but I believe also the director might want to speak on it after, and that would be great. So my motion, I believe Councillor McNaughton is my seconder, and that, so Branderhorst McNaughton motion that planning application file number draft plan of subdivision official plan amendment and rezoning file number 13-T-21-503 OPA-05-21 and Z21-21 1983358 Ontario Inc. O/A Loyalist Heights -13437 Loyalist Parkway, Ward 2, Bloomfield, Hallowell be deferred until a cumulative hydrogeological impact study be prepared by a third party at the cost of the applicant in consultation with Warings Creek Improvement Association, WCIA, and the municipality.
So I
Councillor
just,
McNaughton, yeah.
I want to talk about this potential motion, but I don't, if there were any others, if that council wanted to bring forward or any further comments, a deferral motion will prevent that from going forward. If people do want to bring further comments, I suspect the mover would be happy to maybe pull the motion until until those comments have been collected, or are we good to go?
I think we've been around the horseshoe a couple times. I think we've heard the comments. So does the manager planning, do you want to say anything about this motion?
No, I guess just actually, yes. Through you, Mr. Chair. Indeed, when we talk about a cumulative impact study, that would be sort of the peer review of the existing documents. So we're not going out to gather new data. It's simply taking the information we have, making sure that they speak to one another. If there's missing data, then we'd have to go get more data at whatever point is appropriate. But that's the view based on this particular motion. If council is happy with that, then so be it. If not, we can work on some other wording.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to Councillor Pennell, and then I'll come to you, Councillor Hirsch.
I'll support that motion, but I would like to also bring forward a motion that staff be directed to report back to council on what the status is of the agreement that was struck some years ago as to what the legal position of that is.
Okay, I think we'll deal with this motion first, and then we'll move on to Councillor.
Can you amend
Pennell's.
a deferral motion?
I'm going to go to Councillor Hirsch, and then we'll talk about that in a second. So
Thank you,
Councillor
Mr.
Hirsch.
Chair. Yes, speaking to the motion on the floor, I want to be sure that, and I'm not sure at all that the way it's worded, we'd be certain that the review would be looking at the quality, temperature, and quantity of water actually finally reaching the creek out of both projects. If staff takes that as a given, I'm fine. Otherwise, we need to add additional words.
I saw the manager planning shaking his head, but yes, that would be all part of that. Okay. Councillor Branderhorst?
So I was under the assumption that a new review would be needed to go over data, a new hydrogeological study would be needed to go over this data. Or not to go over this data, but to go over, because from the information that has been presented has been not enough currently for me to have confidence in this current level of information. So will it get tripped either way from what you're saying that sorry, I'm using the words now, that the cumulative study will trip it either way, that we do need the additional funds and the the additional information, or are you saying that's only if it's not, questions aren't answered?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Indeed, if when the peer review takes place of the two documents and coordinates the information, the flows, the direction of flow, the infiltration rates, then that will be the impetus for the full study. Now, if there's missing data, if we don't have particular information on a certain section of the lands in terms of its infiltration rate, whatever it might be, then that value would have to be obtained at some point in time where it was relevant.
Okay, any other questions? Councillor Roberts, then I'll go to Mayor Ferguson.
Could we see the motion?
While they're getting that up, I'll go to Mayor Ferguson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of quick things to make me show. So this in no way involves the other development.
Through you, Mr. Chair, indeed, it would require this particular applicant to work with the other applicant in ensuring that they have the proper information from their hydrogeological review, so that a wholesome review can be undertaken, and then a short report to explain the cumulative effects of both projects on the groundwater and ultimately how that flows into the creek.
Okay, and if there isn't participation by the other developer, because we're throwing something in front of him with no presence here, and I don't agree with that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if I may. Indeed, Mr. Cleeve's project is not here to speak to the item. I guess that's up to the applicant to speak with Mr. Cleeve to undertake that cumulative impact together. Otherwise, the full cost will be borne by this particular developer. But the study would still need to be done. We do have the hydro-G study for the Cold Creek subdivision, so there is the ability. There's a large database there that can be reviewed. It's just a matter of them working out a deal in terms of costs.
Okay, and just one
sure
quick thing in that but this should be undertaken as quickly as possible to get this resolved, so we can move forward. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Branderhorst.
Yep, sorry. And I'd just like to make sure, when we say that it's in consultation with the Warings Creek Improvement Association, they would be able to get all their questions answered, met, advised, because I really see them as leaders at this table from the contract that, and legally bound also from the contracts previously, that the scope would help reach and answer the questions that I don't feel like I am technically able to answer currently at this state. But trust that between the three entities, if all questions were answered and all three could either come to a conclusion that, yeah, this works or doesn't, I could sit more comfortably. Does that wording does affect that desire? Because that is my desire with this motion.
If I may, through you, Mr. Chair. Indeed, that's the vision. The peer reviewer would do the cumulative impact study. I would see it then being sent to the Warings Creek Association for their review, and then the four parties meeting, the four parties being Cold Creek, Loyalist Heights, the county, and WCIA, getting around a table and saying, okay, here's the peer review, this is what we come up with. Does anybody have any questions, any concerns? If there is missing information, we can work together to try and resolve whatever the conflict might be. So that's how I see it taking place. And then once we have some sort of consensus, or if there's no consensus, then obviously come back in as quick as time frame as possible.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. And I think, I believe that's probably something that should have happened in the first place. So I think that I'm glad we're at this point, and I think we've been looking at this as two different projects, and it needs to be looked at as one whole piece of land. So I'll go to Councillor McNaughton, then I'm going to call the vote.
Thank you. I think I want to amend my own amendment, or my own deferral motion, if that's all right. And I just want to clarify through the clerks. Well, I'm the seconder, so we're a team on this motion. And I just want to make sure that I can amend a deferral motion just to add some additional detail regarding another matter associated with the file before it goes back to planning staff.
So through the chair to Councillor McNaughton, section 12.385 of our procedural bylaw states that a deferral motion is not amendable except with regards to the terms of the deferral.
Yes, it would be to add a separate term of the deferral that I would propose could be voted on separately just in case council doesn't support it. So, and the motion that I would put forward and take it as a notice of motion that there's going to be a notice of motion next Tuesday night is to look for to direct staff to ensure seek an increased buffer, an increased vegetative buffer, natural buffer for the Millennium Trail.
Should that be a separate motion, or, yeah, I think so.
Yeah, through to the chair, I'd prefer that as separate.
So let's call the vote on this motion.
Well, no, because if that goes forward, what's that? Yes, once the deferrals. Okay.
All right.
That's fine.
Okay, I'm going to call the vote on this motion. All those in favor? And that carries. Madam Clerk, does that bring us to the main motion as amended then? Or are we going to, that was the main motion? Yeah. Okay. Councillor Pinnell, do you have a question on that?
No, I was going to say if I could get a seconder, I would like to make a motion that staff be directed, planning staff be directed to evaluate the former agreement with Warings Creek as to where we stand on that now. I think it's important we know that we don't end up in court if we're making a wrong decision. So if someone would second that, I would put forward that motion.
Councillor Harrison, you're going to second that motion? Okay. Do we want to display that on the screen, or are we all kind of clear on where we're at with that? Clear? Okay, I'll call the vote on that motion then as well.
Can I just have the deputy quickly?
Sure.
I don't need it on the screen, but I wouldn't mind
Yep.
it read again.
Okay, I'll go to Councillor St. Jean first.
Actually, through to the chair, can Councillor Pinnell just clarify?
Pardon?
Can you just clarify your motion, please?
What I'm asking is planning staff be directed to report back to council in January of 2025 as to the standing of the Warings Creek agreement that was made several years ago.
Councillor St. Jean, I see you had your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just and on this motion, I absolutely see the merits of it, and I think it is important that council honor any agreements that it's made in the past, for sure. But I'm wondering, is this a decision that should be made here, or should, because this agreement was made by council based on previous decisions, that it should it not be actually a matter for a regular council meeting with a proper notice of motion brought forward? This is just procedurally, I'm not sure if this is correct, and I just want some clarity on that.
Follow up? My thought was, we're in a planning meeting that directing planning, but if it can't be done that way, I would gladly bring it forward, hopefully by next Tuesday. So I will withdraw
I think that makes sense. I think that makes sense. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Pennell. Like I said, I don't want us to make another mistake. That's the reason I'm just kind of questioning the procedure there.
Okay, so there's no motion, so that's withdrawn. Okay, moving on to the, yeah, the next item, okay. All right, that will, yeah, Councillor Grosso is going to leave the room. Yeah, we'll just wait for Councillor Nyman to come back into the room. Okay, that's going to move us on to item 4.5, which is a rezoning file number Z1423, Salvatore Grosso and Lia-Marie Grosso at 3038 County Road 3. Staff, do you have any additional comments to add to this file?
Through the chair, no additional comments.
Is the applicant or agent in the room? And if so, would they like to, I believe they're joining virtual possibly, but, oh, never mind, here he is, okay. Mark, I believe is your name. You have 10 minutes to address the committee.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. I'm also joined by the applicant, Ms. Grosso, who will also be speaking as part of their presentation. So, the clerk's bringing up the PowerPoint. So the application before committee tonight is for a zoning bylaw amendment application, thank you, for 3038 Rednersville Road, or County Road 3, for a proposed event venue. That'll work for us. Point it somewhere. Okay. There we go. Perfect. All right. So the subject property is just over 7.5 acres in size, has frontage of almost 200 meters on both Rednersville Road and Old Orchard Road to the north. The existing use is a single detached dwelling. There's also former farm buildings. Previously, the use of the property was for horse stables, including a riding arena. And the application is to enable the conversion of the existing stable into a seasonal event venue, which we'll describe in more detail in a few minutes. Lost. Oh, there we go. Gotcha. Okay. So the property itself, it says about 7.5 acres, so a large parcel. The dwelling is in the approximate middle of the site. The existing barn and riding arena are in the southwest corner. The exhibit in front of you is a conceptual site plan that shows all the existing buildings. No new buildings are proposed, and there's intended to be a grass or green parking lot that's used as needed for events between the existing barn and Rednersville Road. So the proposed development would be with the proposed use in the barn would be accessed from the existing driveway on the west side of the site. So traffic and activity in the site would be limited to that southwest corner. This is just a view from the west side of the existing barn and riding arena. So the existing arena is on the left. It's currently used really more for storage or vacant space for the owners. The event barn, which is on the right, is two levels, and on the left is the ground floor plan, which is just in draft. Essentially, the ground floor is intended to be used for lobby space, bathrooms, small office space, and then some space for pottery studio, kind of small event support, as well as access for the upper floors. And then the event space is on the second floor, which will be accessed by a newly enlarged stair, as well as a new elevator, which would be located just outside the boundary of the existing barn structure. The barn itself is quite small, so if you've been there, it's about 55 feet long and 33 feet wide. So if you think about a hockey rink that's 200 feet long, an NHL rink, 55 feet is about the distance from the end boards to the red line, and 33 feet is the distance from the sideboards to the net. So it's really not a very big space in terms of what an event venue might otherwise be when you think of one. So I'll now turn it over to Ms. Grosso, who's going to just speak to the intention of the use itself in terms of the events and the types of use it would be.
Evening, councillors and Mayor Ferguson. Can I just hand this off to you, Mark? Thanks. I'd like to thank you all for the opportunity to speak with you this evening about our proposed plans for our property. When reflecting on what I was going to say tonight, a few things came to mind, but then I realized one of the biggest issues is ultimately integrity. Integrity as business owners, member of the community, and more. My job tonight is to present our vision, but also to be transparent and speak to that same quality in my husband and business partner, who, for obvious reasons, is not allowed to speak at this event this evening. 3 decades in hospitality was a result of ingenuity, guts, and buckets of blood, sweat, and tears. I'll say this about my husband, the hospitality specialist between us. You'll never meet a man with more integrity, thoughtfulness, and dedication to supporting the arts or his ability to create joy than Sam Grosso. I realize extolling his virtues can be construed as bias, but for those of you that don't know me, I'll let you in on a fact. I am very often his toughest critic, and the first to assist him in coming down to earth when someone has pumped him up so much he struggles to get his head through the door. When we first began this project, referred to as Sam's Place, it was a way for Sam to keep busy during COVID. We had nowhere to go and an empty stable. After seeing a video of a much admired musician performing in his own converted stable, Sam shouted, "We have that," and headed out the door scooping up tools along the way. Never during this process did Sam or I ever say, "Hey, let's open up a bar on our property," or "Let's recreate what we had in Toronto." What happened was an idea that evolved into an image of a private space where we could forego the struggles of bar ownership while retaining what was special about those years: the guests and families, weddings, baptism receptions, family-focused events, and fundraisers. This is at the heart of our goal: to run a seasonal venue where the community and visitors can experience truly unique moments of connection. Like the days of the Cadillac Lounge, our taste in music reflects an air of nostalgia, pure talent, and a deep desire to support artists. Coupled with our penchant for nostalgic days gone by, our audience demographics have skewed to the more mature crowd. We took the temperature of the community, near and far, by hosting events to get feedback and see what the response was like. It was overwhelmingly positive, and the message was clear that something like this was needed at the north end of the county. So much focus of Prince Edward County is in the 3 tourist hubs, but little is said regarding our neck of the woods. Sam's Place would be a destination, and local businesses like accommodations, caterers, florists, photographers, musicians, and more would all benefit financially. Our business model has always included support for local talent and local business. As you will see from our photos, event attendees had a blast and were so appreciative of having a place to go they could feel comfortable and dance. Here's the thing: we're never too old to experience the joy that getting together with friends brings, or music or art. It is the essence of who we are as a species. For seniors, it creates opportunities for gathering with friends without having to host. It gives them something to do, somewhere to go where they can feel safe and can stave off social isolation. Whatever your background, music is the universal connector. As Plato said, music gives a soul to the universe, wings to the mind, flight to the imagination, and life to everything. I would like to highlight that our vision goes beyond simply music, and our past speaks in support of our future. We are philanthropists, fundraisers, boots on the ground advocates, and supporters. Our charitable involvement is well recorded and will continue to be so within our community by having a venue with which to host these events. Sam's Place programming would reflect our passions and our commitment to support the arts in its varying forms, whether it be art shows, small theater productions, children's concerts, or toy drives. That is to say, while much of the focus is and has been on music and even weddings, there are so many things we would like to do that have little to do with the concerns that will be discussed here tonight. Our consultant, Mark, will talk about the technical components of our file, but it's my task to paint the picture for you. We have completed all the required studies, retained the peer reviewers necessary, and been diligent in the process required by the county. We have listened to and engaged the community in consultation. What is the proof we will stick to our word? Well, we certainly wouldn't want to go through this process again. Ultimately, by going through this and being accountable to staff and council, engaging the studies and walking the path along with our transparency is our proof. If after that there still remains doubt, that isn't necessarily reflective of our integrity, but of NIMBYism. Our assurances have been many, and whether they've been accepted or not, we are both committed to protecting and preserving our privacy and that of our neighbors. Our track record as responsible business owners speaks for itself, as does our commitment to being supportive and productive members of our community. As someone who spent all my most special childhood memories on the very road I live on, and coveted my current property at the age of 7, I can only assure you we love our home, our space, and our county. May I remind you, we live where we work. We have children and pets and my mom who lives with us. Our home is our haven, just as yours is for you, and we would never jeopardize that. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Leah. Okay, yeah, you have a couple minutes left, so.
Yeah,
yeah.
I assumed. So just quickly moving on, so, thanks, yeah. So the official plan designates the property as shorelands, and it's also along the tourism corridor in the official plan. So a range of commercial uses, tourist commercial uses are permitted in the shorelands. A number of policies in the official plan speak to supporting arts and culture. So based on that, the proposed use and the rezoning meets the intent of the official plan. The zoning currently is rural. It permits a number of uses ranging from residential to things like farm wineries, so a whole host of residential, non-residential uses. The rezoning is needed to implement essentially tourist commercial type uses such as an event venue. And so through the proposed zoning, that use has been added or proposed to be added as a use, along with some restrictions in terms of scale, intensity, and seasonality of the use. So throughout the process over the last couple of years, a number of comments have come in from neighbors and from other members of the community, some in support, some identifying areas of concern. And so those have been addressed, in our view, through the technical studies that were submitted and peer-reviewed and resubmitted and signed off on by the peer reviewers required by the county. 3 key studies were the hydrogeological assessment looking at groundwater, traffic study looking at access and traffic levels, and noise impact study that specifically looked at event venue, noise levels, and impacts on adjacent uses. And so through those reports, the peer reviews and the updates, recommendations came out of them, which have been addressed either through the zoning or will be addressed through future site plan application. The site-specific zoning has a number of provisions in them that are very specific to the site and rather unique to event venues particularly. So it limits, for example, the number of events per year, the seasonality of those events, the maximum number of guests, limits the types of uses and where they can be in terms of within the event venue, and then also speaks to requirements related to activity levels. And then beyond that, through the site plan process and other bylaws, such as the noise bylaw, the municipality has the ability to further control the use on the site. So that concludes the presentation. If there's any questions, happy to answer.
Thanks, Mark. Thanks, Leah. I think we'll move into the public comment section now. We have quite an extensive list of commenters here, so I'm just going to ask that we try to avoid being too repetitive, and but we'll work our way through the whole list here. So I'm going to start with Debbie McGrath. Welcome, Debbie, and just a reminder, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Debbie McGrath, and I live at 2932 on the Rednersville Road. When I found out about Sam's Place, I thought it would be a perfect spot to host my 70th birthday, as I wanted a big party with a band and food. My home is located a little less than 500 meters to the east of Sam's Place. I contacted Sam, and I went to see the venue. Sam informed me right away that he had one stipulation, and that was everything had to be shut down by 10:30 p.m. and everyone gone soon after. He told me he has been in the music and hospitality industry for more than 24 years, and he was no longer interested in working late hours anymore. It was a great success, and we were all cleaned up and the last ones to leave at 10:45. During the testing period, there were a number of events that were well attended with several neighbors that live close by from Rednersville Road and Old Orchard Road in attendance. The rules were the same, and the venue was shut down by 10:30 p.m. I believe that Sam and Leah Grosso mean what they say and say what they mean. Noise usually travels from west to east, and not once did I ever hear music or noise coming from Sam's Place, nor have I witnessed any significant extra traffic. I have lived in my home for over 40 years, and believe me, there is more activity on the road with the group home nearby and on Saturday nights with those going to Brighton Speedway. A number of years ago, I worked with a group of neighbors on the community issue. The result was that it worked for both parties, so I offered myself to work with the working group to come to a similar outcome. In a phone call from a working group member, I was told I really wasn't welcome because I was not against the rezoning. I managed to stay with the group and received all the correspondence from the beginning. I was not able to attend any of the meetings as I was in Asia for 5 weeks. For 51 years, I worked in the banking and finance industry. I learned to calculate percentages well before computers. Due to the posted results from the working group Regarding the survey, I had no choice but to resign. The numbers were filled with blatant inconsistencies and embellished numbers. There were 72 surveys sent out, and only 29 households responded. If someone didn't answer a question, then the denominator was changed. How can we believe the validity of these numbers? In my opinion, the working group only represents a very small minority of community that is against this project. The only other live event place in this end of the county is Legends in Rossmore. It sure would be an asset to have a community-centered, classy event venue within walking distance like the proposed one set out by Sam and Lia Grosso. To have live music that appeals to my age group and those over 30 years of age will only increase the quality of life. I have faith in the Grossos to meet all the standards set out by our bylaws and respect the local residents. Therefore, I very much support this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. Just going to see if there's any questions. See none, thank you. Next, we have Shirley and Chris Van Steen.
I'm Chris Van Steen. My wife Shirley and I live on Rednersville Road, 1.5 kilometers west of Sam's place. We are in support of Sam's application to rezone his barn to allow him to hold events in that beautifully renovated space. Some points I'd like to make. Excuse me. Sam has decades of experience in the entertainment business operating the Cadillac Lounge in Toronto. He's going to provide the responsible event management that's needed to make this venture a success for all. We've been to several events in his barn. He attracts an older audience, which aligns with the demographic makeup of the county. The barn has a good-sized dance floor, and his bands play danceable music geared to our age group. The focus is on the music instead of drinking. All events were over by 10:30, in keeping with, I guess, our ages, and also out of respect for his neighbors. The county has several great event spaces. We've got the Hayloft, Base 31, Regent Theater, and many more, but they're all down Picton, South, and they're just not up there. There's nothing up in Carrying Place. Sam's Place would be a great addition, providing live music in that part of the county. Having an additional music venue in the county will provide more options and mentorships for younger performers within the county to get valuable exposure and experience, especially given Sam's contacts in the music industry. My wife and I feel that this proposed event venue will provide a wonderful addition to the county art scene, and we are lucky that Sam Grosso has the experience, the track record, and the desire to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Any questions? Seeing none. Next, we have Bob and Heather Walden. Welcome. Just a reminder that you have 5 minutes.
Chair?
Yes.
I was under the understanding that we had registered.
I have you as a pair, but that's okay. Well, yeah, if you want to each speak, that's fine.
We've kind of structured it so one floats.
Okay.
And I think we'll probably finish and give you some extra.
Perfect. Understood. Thank you.
My name is Heather Walden. Robert and I live at 3078 County Road 3, the second home west of the proposed Sam's Place event site. We're Sam and Leah's neighbors. Visualize that we're just a few dozen steps from and have a direct view to the entrance door of the barn, parking area, and second driveway. Music has interfered with our conversations on our back deck. And in October of this year, we could hear it inside our home with the doors and windows shut. It was the bass, our house was with a vibration through our house. Obviously, this will impact us directly. We also have great concern that it will impact our community, so we're asking that it not be approved as presented. It could bring more conflict, increase harms already done, and cause permanent damage to our community. Like the two planning rational opinions, staff's opinion ignores reality on the ground. It uses shoreland official plan mapping created at 50,000 foot level, but ignores the county's own planning department that identified our neighborhood to the applicant as high-density residential development. The event site has no shore connection, not even a line of sight, and that proposes activities that distort what shore-based recreation means in the official plan. The planning rationale and staff report also ignored critical information you need to make a good decision, such as the goals of the provincial policy statement, the official plan, and the county's strategic plan for safe environment, healthy communities with a sense of place, and evidence-based tourism. Fears and anxieties expressed at the public information meeting were unfairly softened in the report. Dozens of thoughtful community submissions raising legitimate concerns were not presented to you, or you only received them last evening. Staff relies on outside consultants who say it'll be okay, but as you've heard, important questions were not answered. The community's peer review said that the noise consultant got it wrong. Local knowledge of actual well performance was not used. The community's MDS consultant, who is a local farmer and an MDS specialist's analysis said MDS does apply. No one dealt with the well-known speeding, dangerous passing, and accident rates at this location. Flaws in site servicing calculations have not been addressed. Most troubling, neither the consultant or staff reports define precisely what you are being asked to approve and the community to accept. It's a vague moving target. The applicants, a year and a half ago, first told us it's occasional music during the summer months for the mature crowd. What event means seems unlimited, and how will the tents be used? Are we going to have outdoor dining? The draft bylaw changed too many times, so we think we now have 90 events plus 30 plus weddings, April through December, some indoor, some outdoor, with food trucks, other vehicles, at least 42 cars, possibly every week, late into the night, and the threat of special events allowing up to 500 people until 2 in the morning. This is not common sense in what the county planning department calls a high-density residential neighborhood. It's too much, too many events, too often, too vague, too loud, and too late. Most important of all, councillors, the staff and consultant reports don't give the full picture or context to judge this proposal. People in the loop are the context. We raise our families here, work here, buy goods and services here, invest our money here, volunteer, have pride of place that makes us want to promote the county. We vote here, we pay taxes here, and most importantly, we help and respect each other. These are real tangible assets for a healthy, prosperous community and county. The county and its future will be harmed if conflict is allowed to harm these assets. And what is offered in return? Nothing more than a statement vague statement from a planner that economic benefits are intuitive with no data, forecast, or business plan to back it up. And we are being asked to risk these valuable county assets for a shiny field of dreams. In short, the necessary work to understand and assess the proposal is not complete.
Thank you, Heather. Robert, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Obviously, you're going to hear some additional information that will probably fill in a lot of what Heather was talking about. I would like to talk about partnerships and collaboration, and it might seem like I'm going off in a different direction here, but I've already heard some things tonight that say to me, there's a huge disconnect here. The description that Leah gave of the proposal to me sounds far different than what the draft bylaws are describing, and what we have been presented with in the planning documents. My background is one of, I've been a negotiator, project manager and a professional mediator for almost 40 years. So think pipelines, wind farms, mineral exploration, Aboriginal rights. I know conflict, and I can tell you, conflict is happening in our community. Like it, I would like to see it avoided. I see a huge disconnect in what we're hearing tonight, and in my opinion, there's just been a lack of communication and a lack of partnership and collaboration that's leading us here tonight. And unfortunately, I don't think we really needed to be. Sorry, thank you, Becky. I think a lot of it could have been avoided. And when I talk about partnerships and collaboration, I'm really talking about process. A good friend and colleague of mine, the late Larry Sherman, who was a founding partner of the IBI group, and I'm sure Arcadis has heard of them, said process is everything. And we really have a problem with the process. What we really need are three things. We need people who have the greatest stake in the outcome, a true voice in what's happening, especially those who have practical knowledge to come up with creative solutions. We need to create a space where those people can get together. And we need to give that process genuine respect and effort. We have not had that. With due respect to the Planning Act process, councillors, we're locked in a process here that's leading us to a place where partnerships and collaboration are going to go to die. The community has no role in the site plan development, and that's the point at which we have the most to lose. Contrary to what I heard, our community offered dialogue to the Grossos a number of times, but they chose a different path. We've been confused by more than one website, the Z14-23 websites, on the county's website at the same time with different information. Let's be frank. The upshot of what we're being asked to accept hinges on compliance with bylaws for an event space which was shut down by the county for an immediate threat to human life. No fire escapes, no building permit, no zoning. And our own councillor went on Facebook to decry the county's lawful action. When the powers that be shut you down, the show must go on, and that's what I do. You can shut my venue down, but I will find a way to bring music to the people, and I don't give a rat's ass how much it cost me. Our councillor. And we're being asked to put our faith in the system to protect us. I know we're here at the end of a long season for council, and I know it's going to be a long night. What I'm asking is, please give consideration to the community. There's a serious power imbalance in the process that we're in, and it's to the community's disadvantage. The people who could solve this problem are right here in this room, but we need a chance to do that. Partnership and collaboration. This file is not a developer community issue. This is a neighbor-to-neighbor issue. And in my humble opinion, that's how it should be settled. I hope you'll see the staff recommendation to approve the proposal is not a reasonable one. There's still a lot of work to be done. And I hope you'll understand in my submission, the process we're in is not a fair one. Conflict can really kill a community, and I don't want to see that happen in ours. So I'm asking you, please do not approve this proposal in its present form. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Councillor Nyman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You're speaking about processes and bring issues forward. Did you attend the Public Information Center? That was, and did you bring some of the things, the issues that you stated here? Did you bring those up at that information center?
The Public Information Center was a public information center. The difficulty with that kind of a meeting is it quickly turns into an adversarial argument. Two sides trying to defend their positions. There's really no room to explore where there's some common ground. So yes, I attended. I raised my concerns about process there, in addition to a lot of other community members who raised concerns about water, traffic, noise.
Just a quick follow-up.
Yeah, quick one.
I think, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think at those information sessions, the issues that come up, it's all documented, and then it gets addressed through the process of the applicant and staff. So I'm sure that some of those issues, and I was there myself, and I don't know all the issues that were raised, but I'm sure that in order for it to be approved or to come before the committee, those issues would have had to have been addressed. I just, want to get that out there, that issues that have came up in those sessions, that's part of the process, and that's how things get addressed and moves forward.
I understand, and I'm sure you'll hear later tonight that the issues that were raised in the community's opinion are still outstanding.
Okay, Councillor Branderhorst.
Hi, and thank you, Chair. You're saying that this is a neighbor versus neighbor issue, and I'm just curious on, well, there's quite a few event venues in my ward, so I'm quite familiar with the event venues. I am curious on what specific was, because you were saying that there's mediations that you believe could have happened between neighbors versus neighbors if that process was done differently. I'm curious on what are your suggestions?
Well, we actually did propose a dialogue process with the applicants. Dialogue process is a structured process where you establish some conditions under which the parties feel safe to put proposals forward in a non-prejudicial way, if you will. So the idea is, first of all, understand what the concerns are, understand why there are concerns, explore different solutions, and use objective measures to judge which ones could work. In other words, which ones would serve the interests of both parties. It's different than a negotiation or a bargaining where two parties are advocating for their own, right?
Yeah, quickly, please.
I'm not answering your question.
Yeah, you're not answering my question. Okay. I'm looking for what were your thoughts on potential solutions. So, to me, I want that dialogue right here, right now. Let's have it. So, wish list me.
Well, after listening to Leah tonight, I think the first thing is we really need to have an understanding of what's proposed. We're looking at a draft bylaw that's talking about a huge number of events, way more than what was first suggested to the community. And we need some clarity on what those events are. And I think the community needs a voice in what kind of events would take place and how they would be managed. I mean, I can't speak for the whole community, but I think those are the places where I'd start.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Oh, Councillor Pennell?
Yeah, I'm curious on the noise factor. You're to the west of the proposed venue. We've had a lady speaking on the east that says she doesn't hear stuff. I'm just wondering in my own mind, normally the wind blows from the particular night you were having the problem. Was the wind blowing from the east that night?
No, it was a still night.
A still night, okay.
We're quite a bit closer than Debbie. There's only one property between us and the barn.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Before we move on to the next comments, I'm going to need a motion to extend past 3 hours. Can I get a Mover and seconder, Councillor Prinzin and Councillor Pennell. All in favor? That carries, thank you. Our next commenter is Spencer Putnam. Welcome, Spencer. Just a reminder, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Mr. Chair and Council. My name is Spencer Putnam. I'm a lawyer in Kingston. I practice municipal law and land use planning law. I'm here tonight on behalf of Mr. Robert Williams. He lives at 216 Old Orchard Road. That's just north of the subject property. If you remember the map that Mr. Tao pulled up, it's behind a bit of woodland. Mr. Williams has many concerns about this proposal. With my limited time tonight, I'm going to focus on the key ones, and I'm going to set a timer to make sure I stay within my allotted time. The key issue really, as we see it, is noise. And Mr. Tao referred to noise studies that have been completed by the applicant and provided in support of the application. Those studies, the noise study, if you look at it closely, in our respectful submission, really showcases the problem with this type of proposal in the heart of a residential neighborhood. So what the noise impact assessment did, essentially played loud, amplified, pink noise in the middle of the barn as a way of testing out how loud is this going to be in the worst case scenario. And then they measured what the noise was like at 22 receptors, which included the residential homes around it. 18 of the 22 receptors received levels of noise in excess of the ministry's guidelines. They exceeded the standards that the government has put out as being necessary to protect people from the adverse effects of noise. This isn't surprising considering, as you'll hear tonight, that one of the residences is 60 meters away from the barn. Others, multiple of them, are within 120 meters. What the noise impact assessment concluded as a way to mitigate this failing result was that the operator impose a sound limit on equipment. This would be a self-imposed, self-policing exercise. There's no sound limit in the zoning bylaw. If you review the text of the zoning bylaw amendment, there's no reference to a decibel restriction. The county's noise bylaw doesn't have a decibel restriction, and the county's peer reviewer who reviewed the noise impact assessment noted that it's a little arbitrary is the word they use in terms of describing what is acceptable noise under the county's bylaw. So what this means is the only thing between failing levels of noise at 18 of the 22 receptors is the hope and prayer that the event operator will in perpetuity respect their own sound limit. Now, the sound level that's recommended in order to avoid this failing worst case scenario is 85 decibels. To give some perspective, the noise impact consultant in their dialogue with the county's peer reviewer noted that the average decibel sound at a Toronto nightclub is about 96. So what that's saying is, as long as you're 10 decibel points lower than the average nightclub in Toronto, every night for the rest of this venue's existence, there won't be a problem. But if you step over that, you have failing levels of noise. Now, I would bet that anybody in this room who's been to a wedding or a live music event will know that they can be loud and as loud as your average nightclub in Toronto. In short, the proposed mitigation solution is really not a solution at all. It's not practical. It's wishful thinking. And the study fails to provide any tangible physical mitigation measures. It doesn't recommend soundproofing. It doesn't recommend buffering or screening. And I can't speculate as to why, but one logical conclusion is the consultant knew that wouldn't do anything. That wouldn't get around the unavoidable fact that there is a proposal to have a commercial event venue with up to 100 people at weddings or live music concerts within 60 meters of a residence. At some point, you can't manage that noise, and that's why the only solution that they've proffered is turn the volume down. That's not realistic. That's not good planning. There was a comment made earlier about the community's peer review. I want to draw attention to that fact. So what that means is someone in the community, Mr. Michael Batty, retained HGC Engineering, Inc., their noise consultants. They did a peer review of a noise impact assessment that was provided earlier on in the application process. In the conclusion of HGC, The modeling used in that exercise where they played the amplified noise seriously underestimated, to quote them, the actual impacts. And the reasons are technical, but essentially when they modeled where the noise would come from, how it would escape the barn, this peer reviewer thinks they got that wrong. I'm not going to wade into who was right or wrong, but you would have expected at least that the final noise impact assessment would have engaged with that, and there's no reference in the impact assessment filed most recently to that peer review. I see I'm out of time, so I'll leave it to the rest of the community to raise other issues, but I'll leave the committee with this point. Zoning permissions are permanent. They're irreversible. I encourage you to take the people out of the equation, because even the most compliant, good faith, cooperative business owner is not here forever. But once a zoning permission is in place, there will be an event venue here in perpetuity. And if issues with noise arise, you will have lost your one opportunity to require them to come back with better solutions than simply keep the noise down. Thank you.
Thank you, Spencer. Councillor Nyman?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So what is the, I guess, what's the decibel level that you're looking for to be safe? I just want to understand, because I know I play loud music in my house too, so I just want to make sure. What's a safe decibel?
So if I were in the shoes of the county, which I appreciate I'm not, I would want the decibel reading as received at those receptors to be no higher than the MECP's limits. And that, there's numbers that go into that. I can't give you the exact number. It needs to respect those limits, and as the noise study found, it failed on 18 of those 22. The only solution is keep the volume lower.
Councillor Pennell?
Just a quick question on noise. I live probably 5 or 6 miles away. I hear at the air base, the airplanes running all the time. How do they affect the ability on sound? Just for curiosity's sake. Because if I can hear it 6 miles away, those people are within a half mile. Does it affect them with that?
From a scientific health and safety perspective?
Yes.
I don't have the studies on that. I can't tell you. I would have to defer to the experts on that.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next commenter is Don Carr. Welcome, Don, and just a reminder, you have 5 minutes.
Good evening, council, staff, and fellow citizens. I'm Don Carr. My family has resided within 500 meters excuse me, of the Grosso's home since 1983. We have witnessed their lot change from scrubland to a hobby farm, then its severance into a horse pasture, and their estate residence on the west side. Many new homes have been built during this time, filling in our pleasant rural community, which we believe is an asset to the county, and each change for the better. This application, if approved, may destroy what we've become organically. Grosso is an entrepreneur with nightclub experience. He has a stranded asset and a visit to bring home live entertainment to the county. For benefits, there are some part-time jobs, but his guests will stay and spend their money in Trenton and Belleville. And with a record of acting first and begging for forgiveness later, I expect Shire Hall to collect some revenue from bylaw infractions. The real cost of this business will be borne by our families, road users and callouts for enforcement services. May I address just one important issue for your deliberation? Zoning, the ultimate planning tool. Had the property been properly rezoned to from rural 1 agricultural to Rural Residence 1 when severed in 2003, would we even be here tonight? No one present was responsible for that mistake, but approving this as an RU1 zoning amendment is just wrong. RU1 zoning requires a minimum lot size of 10 hectares, 27 acres, a maximum of 10% lot coverage and prime usage to be agriculture. Grosso's property is less than a third of the 10 hectare minimum lot size, so strike one. And using measures from the applicant's own consultant Arcadis report, the calculated lot size is actually smaller than claimed. In fact, it's 24,250 square meters, which is 23% smaller. This means the correct lot coverage based on all buildings, driveways, and parking spaces is already 12%. That jumps to 15% lot coverage with the new parking area. Both today and tomorrow, this property is well over the maximum permitted 10% lot coverage. Strike two. Also, the residential property conducts no farm activities. Strike three for RU1 agricultural zoning. I'd like to mention there is one comparable RU1 zoning property granted such an amendment. The Eddy, east of Wellington, and I'm sure you're all very aware of. It does meet the RU1 minimum property size, maximum lot coverage, and farm activities. Grosso's property does not and will not. Sam's Place is within a golf ball's drive of 24 homes. Hillier Creek Winery has an RU1 zoning, well set back from Highway 33 and its neighbors on 48 acres, with a vineyard, winery, special event barn, residence, and an STA just 15 minutes down the Parkway. Appropriately zoned at a tourist corridor, popular, and by the way, it's for sale. Bigger property, better separation, all the amenities, it works. Grosso's property doesn't. Today's Grosso's property fully meets the definition of rural residential 1 zoning. R1 zoning does not permit commercial entertainment with amplified music until 11 for a good reason. It's residential. But when they also we're planning earlier to have overnight guest accommodation. With or without, our community will have to bear all of the fallout, and that's guaranteed. This zoning amendment will expose the county to site use creep. An afternoon concert above a quaint horse stable today, a speakeasy nightclub in the adjacent large riding arena tomorrow, or outdoor concerts with nightly fireworks. The operations will grow and future conflicts are bound to multiply. What precedent will that set for similar future county ventures? Zoning changes are permanent, as we heard already, and that is plain scary to us. As a thoughtful planning committee, each of you as members, please vote for good planning that builds and protects our communities. Right the zoning error from 20 years ago and rezone it to RR1. The Grosso family can continue to enjoy it within the limits of this zoning class as we do, we as neighbors, and that's just fair. Please deny this application for incompatible property use, correct the zoning error, notify the tax department, and make your decision an example of planning best practices. I thank you.
Thank you, Don. Are there any questions for Don? Seeing none, thank you. Our next speaker is Mike Batty. Welcome, Mike, and just a reminder, you have 5 minutes.
Mayor, councilors, staff. So my name is Mike Batty, and I live just down the road from the barn. My focus is going to be on noise, or still is going to be on noise, but Mr. Putnam has taken much of my presentation, so it must have been a good presentation. But let me cover some points, elaborate on some things, and maybe answer some questions that were posed earlier on. So there were 3 original studies. First was the Cambium study that covered the original application. county peer review was done by Gradient Wind, and then our neighbors paid for peer review done by HGC Engineering. I would like to go back to the county peer review, just with a comment. I hope you didn't pay a lot for that. It is a second-rate study in my book. Nonetheless, someone asked, what sound level are we looking for? Typically, the MOE standard is 40 decibels. That's the number that you'd like to hear on your deck or in your house with the windows open. I want to talk about the HGC engineering study. It talks about how the cambium study was flawed, and typically where cambium said the sound inside the venue should be no more than 82 decibels. HGC says because of that error in the cambium study, that number is more like 75. 75 is about the sound you'd get from a shop vac. It's not really a nightclub level of sound. So I want to just, that's the end of what I say. Most of us are concerned that based on his past performances and performances that have gone on in our neighborhood, we believe he doesn't care. History shows that. So the applicant doesn't care, but we sure do. And we think you should too. That's your role, to look after the community that we're part of. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Any questions around the table? Seeing none. Thank you. Next, we have Aaron Douglas.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, committee members, planning staff, and applicants. My name is Aaron Douglas, and I moved to Old Orchard Road with my family on a military posting 4.5 years ago. We chose the county and this neighborhood as our home and loved it so much my husband retired so that we could stay and raise our young family here. This neighborhood is a unique community along County Road 3. Here, Old Orchard runs parallel and forms what we fondly call the Loop. It is a vibrant community made up of diverse families, young children attending local public schools like Kente and Mass Red, retirees, single parents, those caring for aging parents, community volunteers, and residents that own and work at local PEC businesses. Every year, a new family joins us here, and we've built a network of connection and support. Neighbors from CR3 head to Old Orchard for quiet walks off the highway. There are kids playing, bikers, runners, dogs, or dog walkers, neighbors out chatting, and traditions like our annual Halloween trick-or-treat walk. It's a neighborhood defined by a strong sense of belonging. We are a community that cares and celebrates each other, one of the 5 pillars of the PEC 10-year community vision. I was surprised to learn that an application for an event venue was moving forward, despite its obvious incompatibility with the high-density residential neighborhood that the county planner described. The subject property is surrounded by homes and families. The closest property line is 40 meters from the barn. The house is 60, as previously mentioned. Within 100 meters of the subject property line are 22 properties, and 84 homes make up the loop. The applicants originally described this venue on social media as one that was going to target neighbors and friends with occasional music during the summer. The first round of documents did not support this, and the description and details were inconsistent across the submission. Less than a month ago, new and revised material was posted, and this meeting was scheduled. After spending the last 1.5 years of doing our best to stay engaged, it felt rushed. Even tonight, the materials posted in November differ from the draft bylaw released only 5 days ago. The surface of the driveway and the parking lot differ across 3 reports. and the parking lot capacity is no longer a maximum of 42 spaces, but a minimum. The capacity states 100 people. Does that include the band, the waitstaff, the caterers, the bartenders, the parking attendants, and any extra wedding guests? There will be 120 events a year, but what about band practices, sound checks? We know these will occur. We've already experienced it. And for 30 weddings, that's 30 rehearsals. Now tents for partiers to move outdoors. The bylaw also references special events for up to 500 people and amplified sound from 7 until 2 a.m. In an accessory building, as an accessory building, the horse arena can also be used. The zoning permits that. All the completed studies did not consider any of these variables, and they would have real consequences on the outcomes, which wouldn't be so bad if the Grossos owned a large property with appropriate setbacks from the homes around them, but we're not so lucky. The scope of this application has been changing for the last year and a half. Where are we headed? In June 2017, Now Toronto article, Sam stated that he was toying with the idea of opening a version of the Cadillac Lounge in the county. On event night, multiple times a week, most of the year, this will be a bar, Cadillac 2.0, and there's nothing telling me otherwise. And 3 out of 4 seasons is not seasonal. That is practically the whole year. The official plan states that consideration will be given to the suitability of the proposed scale of shoreland development in relation to the surrounding land use. It's just common sense. You only need to walk Old Orchard on a sunny Saturday afternoon to see that the scope and nature of the zone change is not suitable. Process and procedure prevent our councillors from being able to meet with us outside of this forum tonight. We tried, but we understand and respect their integrity. I hope the applicant has been shown the same restraint by other county officials and staff. How is the community supposed to feel knowing that some here tonight have attended Sam's Place events and have likely had sidebar chats regarding his application? The perception of fairness and transparency in a situation like this is delicate. I hope you are all able to vote objectively, consider the interests of the community, and make a decision as if it were your own neighborhood. I believe we, the community, have been engaged and respected the process. Councillor Grosso has not respected the process. For 2 summers, he held events in contravention of the bylaw, building and fire codes, and then continued to hold live music events after the assistant fire marshal shut him down. We saw pictures tonight of Debbie's birthday and live music events, all contravening the rules and the bylaws. If this application is approved, how can the community and the county trust that Councillor Grosso will operate within the boundaries of the bylaw, knowing knowing that blatant disregard has already been displayed? Our trust is with you tonight. Please think about the families that you will be impacting by voting yes. We're trusting you with the future of our neighborhood and hope you value our role as county residents and dedicated community members. Please vote no.
Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you.
Any questions around the table? Councillor Pennell?
My memory is bad. Were you at the meeting in
I
Ameliasburgh?
I was. Yes, sir.
I thought so. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next, we have Jason Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Mayor, thank you. Council. My name's Jason Clark. Our family owns a farm and distillery in Hillier. We have 2 daughters who attend school here in the county. We love our community. We are active in our community. I'm here tonight to extend our support for the rezoning application for Z14-23 submitted by Sam and Leah. There are several reasons why I think it's well worth supporting this application, but I'm going to focus on the top 3 that I can think of. The number 1 being the provincial policy statement of 2020 and 2024 and how it applies to the application. Number 2, the preservation of our iconic buildings here in Prince Edward County, our barns. And 3, the quality of the applicants, Sam and Leah. So first, the PPS provides direction on planning, of course, for the entire province. I'm going to paraphrase a few items, I should say, that relate to this application. The first one, the policy says, rural areas are an important the economic success of the province and quality of life. The policy also states it's important to leverage rural assets and amenities. And the final point is that to provide opportunities for sustainable, diversified tourism, including leveraging historical, cultural, and natural assets. What Sam and Lia are proposing is exactly what the PPS identifies. They're leveraging an existing asset, a rural asset, that checks that box. The road is on a shoreline designation and tourist corridor, that checks the supporting tourism box. The new event venue supports the arts by providing a space for musicians, artists to hone their craft, to be heard by an audience, so it also checks the cultural box as well. My second point relates to our iconic buildings here in the county, our barns. Anyone can drive on a road here in the county and see an abandoned barn. Roof is caved in, walls are missing, could be completely in ruins. To me, these historic structures represent the origins of the county, what the county was built on. So why are we seeing so many of these iconic buildings in disrepair? I think there's no secret here that succession planning in agriculture is at an all-time low. And the reason for that is because farming is hard work. It's unpredictable, requires significant capital, and the revenue rarely exceeds expenses in a significant way. So being in a position to maintain a barn on farming income alone is definitely an uphill battle. We have barns in the county that have been saved by being repurposed, turned into event venues, tasting rooms, retail spaces. So if this is a viable option, repurposing these buildings so that we can save them, so that we can maintain them, then I think it's something that we should be supporting. Both Sam and Lia have maintained and improved their barn and will continue to do so. And I can assure you from experience, it is not an inexpensive endeavor. Finally, in closing, I'd like to address the quality of the applicants. Over the past 4 years, I volunteered my time with the Prince Edward County Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors and currently serve as the immediate past chair of the board. I have to say that we're fortunate. We're very, very fortunate here in our county to have skilled, experienced business owners and operators. Sam and Lia are in this category. They are experienced business owners with a proven track record or track records. They've been giving back by hosting fundraisers, raising funds for sick kids, cancer care, Parkinson's, the list goes on. When upstanding people like Sam and Lia want to further invest in our county, we should be rolling out the red carpet. Owning business is very tough. It's hard work, and it's only successful when the community is in support. We support the application. We support Sam and Lia. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Any questions? Nope, see none. Thank you. Next, we have Dr. Joseph Braganza.
Good evening, and Mr. Chairman, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight, and Mayor Ferguson. I am Dr. Joseph Braganza, and I am a retired general surgeon. I came along with my wife and 4 children to live in this area 44 years ago when I was appointed general surgeon to the Quinte group of hospitals. And I live down on Old Orchard Road and have lived there for 46 years. And many came to meet a lot of the neighbors and friends. We have still them as our neighbors and are very good friends to this day. We lost a few, but they still remain our firm friends. Never a word said against any of them. I am going to talk to you about the problems that can arise from the medical point of view. You've heard all the other points. From a medical point of view, some months ago, I was informed that they were thinking of forming an amusement park in this region. And the site that was chosen was a very highly residential area. And this area abutted to where we live on Old Orchard Road and involved several of the families that live along the road. Ours came right down, not only just about 60 meters or so from where it was proposed to be built. We and all of us, when we came to hear about this, were very concerned about this because we have lived in harmony all along this life, quite enjoying it peacefully, enjoying our retirement, etc., and all, having nurtured our children who now left us, but we remain to, and we have a very good, peaceful life. And now I understand that the commercial enterprise is coming and will disturb this form of living for us. We've spent quite a lot of time here in the neighborhood and in the province, and I think the province do owe some gratitude for that. I'd like to also affect 2 or 3 points of things. One is what this will bring to, if it comes to fruition, is the noise in this area. This will be of a very detrimental effect to the people that live in this area who go to bed fairly early, and because these ceremonies and amusements will last for till the early hours of the morning, and it'll be very disturbing to the peace. Children will be disturbed, and sleep will be curtailed, and they have to go to school the next morning. The noise level also is not properly addressed. This is of much concern, particularly it has become important as we grow older, and sleep disturbance. And this will cause a lot of problems. The next one is the portable toilets, I understand, are going to be used, I presume, and with the number of guests that are coming for these festivities, I wonder whether they could have sufficient number to accommodate this type of number, and what will happen if an overflow of fecal contents occur onto the floor, or somebody gets an intestinal infection and it's sick and onto the floor, onto the grass floor. That is going to come down the hill and down into our septic tanks, our tanks, our wells, which are always more towards the road. And this has happened on occasions too. And this will infect our wells, and people are going to die from it. E. coli, which causes the infections, are a vicious organism. Older people that get it die. There's no way of redress. Children too. And this is, I find that this has been found very much in hospitals too. The other thing I'd like to mention is the alcohol. When you have festivities like this, alcohol is imbibed. And with alcohol now go the drugs. And it is difficult to control that. That is very difficult. And I have seen people inebriated and on drugs. And I've met them in the hospitals here in the hospitals here, which are very, very difficult to control.
Doctor, can I just ask you to wrap up? We're just almost at your 5 minutes. So.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, thanks. Do they have the police force to deal with a situation like this? Do they have the police forces not only trying to meet 3 or 4 people for each individual to control them, and have they have police forces to control also traffic and all on the roads, etc. at all? And these are the points that need to be taken and considered. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? Councillor Prinzen?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just one question. So this was previously a horse farm. You talked about the, if there was I think basically a septic spill running down the hill. Did you ever have any issue with the runoff from the horses into your wells or anything like that?
There were very few horses there. The horses were very, very few. Only 3 or 4 of them. We had an issue at one stage, yes, which we dealt with. There was an E. coli which I had to clean my wells with. Yes, there was.
Okay, I was just curious if, okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Doc. Next, we have Tony Aucello. Forgive me if I pronounce that wrong, but. Just a reminder, you have 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'll make it quick. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to be here. My name is Tony Aucello, owner of Terracello Winery. I'm personally giving this deputation in full support of Mr. Sam Grosso's application to be permitted to convert his old barn into an event venue. As a full-time resident and fellow business owner, I firmly believe and concretely know Mr. Grosso's event space will be an incredible asset and fit seamlessly into an already ever-growing, dynamic, vibrant cultural art mecca of Ontario. As the county had already become one of the top tourist destinations in Canada and has garnered the attention of many famous individuals and thrill-seeking tourists alike, drawing many to the county's island adventure. Mr. Grosso's event venue will bring in guests who will in turn stay at local hotels, B&Bs, and shop locally, ingesting valuable tourist dollars into our local businesses, both big and small, like mine. From a personal standpoint, I remember once upon a time, having been living here for almost 20 years now. I know it's hard to believe. I was 25 when I bought the old Fox farm. But I remember at the infancy of the wine industry, many people, it's actually very reminiscent of what I'm hearing tonight. Valid points, by the way, on both sides. But we wanted to achieve like a fun place, a new destination, and there was a lot of pushback by locals, by residents. Everybody was anti-winery 20 years ago, I can tell you personally, because I sat in a lot of these meetings. Of course, we went through zoning and all that, and all those fun things with council. But there were very few amenities and even less places to visit in a small rural farming community to keep people here and stay and play and spend. But like my late father, Antonio Sr. used to say, the proof is in the pudding, son. Work hard and let your actions prove who you are. Today, Terracello Winery is one of 42 wineries. When I first was looking at the county, there was only 7, and we weren't an official DVA designated viticultural area. Now we're recognized worldwide because the fear-mongering subsided, common sense prevailed, hardworking people like myself turned old farms like the Fox farm where guys were retiring, barns were being dilapidated, nobody wanted to run them. We're now the top agricultural sector basically in the county, drawing millions of dollars. And I'm on a time constraint, so I'll just stop there and get back to the speech here. So basically, we've added to the heart and the fabric of the land, not taken away from it. I'm not an expert on, some of the things that I've heard tonight on music and decibels and distance. I'm just speaking from a common sense perspective, my own personal perspective as a business owner. Everyone thought wineries wouldn't fly, that, we'd be having crazy parties late at night, traffic, chaotic traffic, getting in and out of parking, and none of that really materialized. Again, there's bylaws to enforce those issues if they should arise. So, we literally grew and created an economy out of nothing. Subsequently, many offshoots like farm, wedding destinations, hotels, B&B, restaurants, art spaces, theater, and live music venues, without mentioning specific organizations responsible for these wonderful arts, are just a few of the amazing happenings that have transpired. The county's understanding that these are attributes and not detriments to any world-class community slowly evolved and became embraced and enriched the lives of so many people, including mine. Some of us, like yours truly and Mr. Grosso, decided to stay, work hard here, raise kids here, go to church here, baptize our kids here. My wife's also a teacher at St. Gregory's, just throw that in there. Teach here, educate the youth here, buy our homes here, pay our taxes here. Again, we heard that on the other side, but also on the flip side is our side here. Donate our money to local causes here, all born in the county because some people's fears gave way to just common sense. We were not handcuffed anymore. We were allowed to become creative entrepreneurs. As a direct result, we employ thousands of people, providing meaningful work to many in the hospitality sector, as well as other segments. We put Prince Edward County in Canada, for that matter, on a global map of best places to visit, including this past fall, when I was honored to be featured in the top newspaper from England, iNews, featuring Prince Edward County as an incredible place to visit when visiting North America. Who could have imagined that nearly 20 years ago? Nobody, not even me. So I guess what I'm saying is, you know, there's pros and cons to both sides. Yes, we understand the noise issue for sure, but we also have to understand the dramatic, multi-million dollar impact we've made for Prince Edward County. And you can see it up and down Main Street with the Royal Hotel and all the investors and Base 31 and everyone who's come here as a result of the hard work that people like me and other fellow wineries, we paved the way for distilleries, for breweries. And as a result, people play at our places and the list goes on. So I think personally, Mr. Grosso's venue space is a logical, well-conceived, well-designed, fantastically derived space that I firmly believe will blend perfectly into an already growing tourism sector and will enhance visitors' experience and add another layer of cultural significance to the amazing, thriving art, music, gastronomic, culinary, food, wine tour scene that's already here in Prince Edward County. Thank you to the council, to Mayor Ferguson, to everybody for participating in this debate, and Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays.
Thanks, Tony.
Thank you.
Any questions for Tony?
Any questions?
Being none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Penny Hopkins.
Good evening. I am Penny Hopkins, and together with my husband, John, we live at 3145 County Road 3, and within the noise created by past events held at Sam and Leo's barn. Old Orchard Road has always been regarded as a beautiful place for their location on the Bay of Quinte and a quiet, peaceful locale off County Road 3 with minimal low-speed traffic on the road, a great walking area enjoyed by all. As I have stated in previous emails to Mr. Coffey, our plan of retiring to the county did not include listening to noise from an event venue at our neighbors from April to December, during the months we can be outside enjoying our own yard. Even with the study that claims noise inside the barn will not be an issue, having food trucks running outside tent events, people smoking outside, and people going to and from their vehicles will all add to noise and other environmental disturbances in our living space. On December 4th, I sent an email to Mr. Coffey stating that it is imperative that all the staff and councillors who would be voting on the future of our community come to our area and take a tour of the 64 homes, 84 total properties on the loop forming County Road 3 and Old Orchard Road. These homes surround Sam and Leah's property, and you all need to see for yourselves the effect that the Grosso's proposal will have on the families who live there. It's very easy to sit here in Picton and look at a plan on paper and make a decision. But actually seeing the 64 homes that will be affected by this enormous change is a small effort for you, the voters, to make. Be fair to the families in our community. The homes are in close proximity to the Grosso's property, and they have all been here and established long before the Grossos purchased their property. If Sam and Leah's plan was to turn their living area into an event venue and recreate the Cadillac Lounge environment they had in Toronto, then they should have chosen a less populated area. There's plenty for sale. One family should not be allowed to change the social dynamic and negatively impact a whole community. I know there's people who support the proposal for this event venue. They can pay their fee, go and enjoy a concert or other event of their choosing, and return home to their private space. The people living in our area cannot do that. We are home, listening to every event, whether we want to or not, and not just for one night, it could be for many consecutive nights and every weekend. Promoting tourism by means of a business that would operate during normal business hours is one thing. Allowing a business to operate in this area during home family time, weekends, evenings, and well into the night, and since when has a wedding ever ended at 11 p.m., is quite another thing. Traffic on this road is already a major concern, without having those leaving an event under the influence of alcohol or being high. Policing of the roads in the county is already an issue, as there are few police cars to cover such a large area. Is the county prepared to hire additional police staff and bylaw officers to service this road on a regular basis? Having a girls' group home close to this property is also a concern, as we have had runaway girls at our front door several times in the last 2 years. If these girls approach people at a party venue, what will be the outcome? There is already a shortage of water on the top of Onderdonk Hill, and having a neighbor who plans to increase water usage substantially, multiple times over the current usage, is of great concern to those of us who are extremely cautious about water consumption. Our home is at the highest point on the hill. We know that water flows downhill. I urge all municipal councillors, planners, and the mayor to seriously consider this proposal and the effect it will have on the 64 families in this loop, including young children and seniors alike. If our elected municipal government is going to represent us, the taxpayers, then come and see in person what your vote could forever change. If this continually expanding event venue was proposed close to your home, would you be in favor of it? I think not. Thank you.
Thank you, Penny. Are there any questions for Penny? Seeing none, thank you. I'm going to need another motion to extend for another hour. Can I get a motion, please? Mayor Ferguson and Councillor McNaughton, all those in favor? That carries, thank you. Next, we have Jerry Inglis. Welcome, and just a reminder that you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jerry Ingalls. I live directly north of the proposed development for the last 57 years. I have spent 38 years as a mechanical contractor with trade experience in building water, sewage treatment plants, breweries, pumping and piping systems, and troubleshooting as the mechanical systems don't work. The hydrogeology HG report was submitted by Cambrian. Cambrian's HG report was to follow all MOE private well guidelines. These requirements were not met. 2 of the closest, most vital wells were not tested, as on the day that Cambrian said they were going to test our wells, they decided it wasn't as easy as they wanted it to be, so they didn't test it. One of these wells is my well. I would have made it easier for them to access the well, but no, now they were in a hurry. This is a failure to meet the objectives of the MOE guidelines. Verify that the test does not affect other wells in the vicinity. Our well, since the HG test, has gone dry 4 times, lasting for days. Our family relies on these wells for our only water source. Cambrian found that the test well yields 1,600 liters per day. This is only half of the amount required in the house. I'm talking about the Grosso's house. So their well is only producing half of it. This figure is 23% of the flow that it was 50 years ago when the well was drilled. That's showing how depressed that the aquifer is in our area. The whole area is a vulnerable aquifer. The shore well was established by my neighbor for his water supply to his house on the shoreline and for his hobby farm. During the HG test, Cambrian failed to measure the depth of the shore well or the recovery rate into the well. Both of these measurements are vital in knowing that the well can supply the venue. An independent contractor measured it for us, and it was measured at 19 liters per minute. That's not a bad flow for a single house. But there's 2 houses taking that water supply, and there's no room for a venue on the water supply side of it. The bay water from the shore well was tested, and the results show extreme levels of coliform and possibility of E. coli. Cambria, lawyers, and others believe that a shore well can supply endless supplies of water. This is not true. With our knowledge of the shore well, we know that it is quite limited in supply and the supply of water. When the edge of the water is 34 feet from the well, a shallow well at that, there is very little flow into the well. This well can be pumped dry in 20 minutes. The property owner also requires this well, so Sam only has half the capacity of the well. The 2 wells servicing the property cannot be counted upon for enough water for the venue. The peer review, Cambria was to redo the flow test to overcome the pump issues and include all wells. Cambria did not do a retest of the HG, but took 7 months to reply to the peer review, and their answer was the drilled well cannot support the venue. It appears that the peer review and all of their concerns and all of our concerns were ignored in their response. The peer review states, bay water used by the public must be treated with regulated treatment systems. These systems require clean backwash water supply, and that is not available. Therefore, the shore well is not usable for the venue. Private water services may be required. We have been working hard for 18 months trying to deal with all the documents presented to us, sending into planning staff many questions and comments. We have paid for and submitted our own professional reviews. None of this information is reflected in the county's submission to you. The information that you received is not complete, not up to date, erroneous, or has been refuted by outside professionals. Yet you are expected to make the important, informed decision from information that was presented to you.
Just gonna have to ask you to wrap up, Jerry, please.
The PPS and the county's own official plan state many times that it's the policy that the natural resources are to be protected from developments that take away our greatest natural resource, water. Councilors, it is your obligation to follow these policies and save our community life and our water supplies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next is Sherry Colburn.
Good evening, Mayor, councilors, and staff. My name's Sherry Colburn. I'm a resident of Old Orchard Road, and I live about 20 meters north of the applicant's property. I am here tonight to share with you my concerns about this application. I am not here to debate whether a venue is a good idea or a bad idea. What I'm here to talk about is the many issues that this application has that make it unsupportable. Number one, errors in the draft bylaw. Last Friday, the draft bylaw for this application was made public, and it contains significant and concerning errors that demand your attention. The legal description of the zoning change is inconsistent with the zoning change described in Schedule A. Such discrepancies are not minor. They can create confusion, legal challenges, and misrepresentations down the line. Furthermore, the bylaw references an easement, which is a contested issue between the owners of the easement property, and to be clear, that is me, and the applicant. To avoid any implications that the county is taking a position on this unresolved matter, the reference to this easement necessitates removal. My next issue with this application is the stormwater management study. The Jewel Engineering Stormwater Management Brief was conducted to evaluate how runoff would be managed on this hillside property. Given the location, runoff poses a real risk to neighboring properties and the bay. However, the stormwater study was based on specific assumptions: a paved driveway and a compacted gravel parking lot limited to 42 parking spaces, which has now been changed to a minimum of 42 parking spaces in the draft bylaw. On Friday, the Arcadis draft bylaw indicated that the parking lot would remain in its natural state, a significant change from the original plan. This renders the stormwater study incomplete and invalid. A change of this magnitude should have prompted a reevaluation of the study before recommending approval. Failing to do so undermines the reliability of the application as a whole. Another issue that this application has is the expansion of the venue's scope. The Arcadis planning rationale describes the intended use of the venue, including the types and sizes of events. However, the draft bylaw introduces a completely new provision under item H, outdoor events of up to 500 people. This expansion has not been contemplated in any of the descriptions of property use. None of the engineering studies, including those on water, wastewater, or stormwater, reflect this drastic increase in activity. This provision must be removed. It is inconsistent with the rest of the application and unsupported by the necessary studies and analysis. Finally, the unresolved issue of the septic bed. Cambium, the engineering firm hired by the applicant, conducted a hydro-G report as required. This report flagged the proposed septic bed location as problematic, as it sits atop a sensitive aquifer, which many of my colleagues have spoke of. The county's peer reviewer agreed, identifying this as a critical concern. However, Cambium's conclusion was not to resolve the issue, but rather to defer it, stating that someone else would need to determine a suitable location for the septic bed. Approving this application without resolving such a fundamental issue is reckless. The property, already undersized, is slated to handle wastewater from approximately 50,000 toilet flushes per year. Without a proper plan for wastewater management, this proposal poses serious risks to the environment and neighboring properties. In closing, let me say this application is deeply flawed. It contains legal and procedural errors in the draft bylaw. It relies on invalidated engineering studies. It introduces surprising and unsupported changes to the scope of use, and it leaves critical questions about parking and wastewater unresolved. This is not a case of one or two minor concerns. This is a deeply flawed proposal riddled with issues that cannot be ignored or patched together with vague assurances. Approving this application as it stands would set a dangerous precedent, undermining the integrity of our planning process and the trust of the community. I urge you, as our elected councillors, to act responsibly, prioritize due diligence, and say no to this application. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thanks, Sherry. I'm just going to see if there's any questions for you here. Councillor Pinal?
My question is actually not for the deputant, but staff.
I think at this, you'll probably have to wait to
Oh,
pass
okay,
staff
till
until
the end?
later on,
Okay.
yeah. Okay.
Thanks.
Need a recess? Yep. Okay, I think we're just going to take is a 5-minute recess fine? Okay, we'll take a 5-minute recess and we'll come back. So we'll come back here at 11:25. Just going to get council members back to their seats because we're going to get going again here soon. Okay, I'm going to call the meeting back to order. Just so everybody's aware, we still have about, excuse me. Just so everybody's aware, we still have about 25 comments left to get through. So I'm going to call the next speaker. It's Gheorghe or Gheorghe? Was I close?
Yep.
Okay. Just a reminder, you have 5 minutes.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, committee members, and the public. My name is Gheorghe, and I live with my family at 156 Old Orchard, just 160 meters from the applicant's property and opposite to a farm that's beside the applicant's. The proposed event venue is sandwiched between residential properties to the west and north, and on the east against an agricultural property that includes 2 barns that are occupied by horses seasonally. Minimum distance separation, MDS, is necessary to reduce odor concerns from livestock between different land uses, with the main purpose of protecting agricultural lands for long-term agricultural use. According to both the provincial policy statement and MDS guideline number 10, an MDS setback is required for all proposed amendments to rezone land in rural areas presently zoned for agricultural use. This includes allowing site-specific exceptions that add non-agricultural uses. The community hired an MDS expert who's a professional agrologist certified by the Ministry of Agriculture and is a respected local farmer to conduct an independent MDS study. He confirmed that MDS does indeed apply here and that a setback of 195 meters from the property line to either of the barns is required, but only 16 and 91 meters of setback exists to each barn respectively. The county should not consider reducing setback requirements given the substantial gap between the required and available distance, and a reduction isn't merited here since we're talking about a nightclub and not a hospice. These results were provided to the county. The applicant hired a planning firm based in Ottawa to complete an MDS assessment. The report was generated by a planner whose list of qualifications are planning and not agriculture or farming specific. They argue that MDS does not apply here because the adjacent farm is 1, just a pasture and pastures are exempt. 2, the barns are probably not suitable for housing livestock. 3, livestock is present only occasionally and therefore the barns can be deemed unoccupied since this property was severed from the applicants about 10 years ago. 4, although zoned rural use, RU1, it's only 2.8 hectares, well below the 10-hectare requirement for that zoning, so establishing new agricultural uses may not be permitted anyway. Yeah, I need to highlight this point again. The community hired an expert on agriculture and MDS, and who's recognized provincially on farming policy. Some of you may know him, Jim McComb, to conduct an independent assessment, and this should easily outweigh the opinion of a planner from Ottawa with planner credentials. Expertise in agriculture is key to applying MDS correctly. But regardless, our MDS expert provided this rebuttal yesterday. Just because there's a pasture around these barns does not change the fact that these are livestock barns and far exceed the minimum size requirements for MDS. The barns are suitable for housing livestock, 14 to be exact, and are in good condition in his qualified opinion. The barns should be considered occupied because any use, even for a month or 2 per year, is considered normal farm practice. like beef barns, are occupied in the winter but not in the summer. Therefore, suggesting that they have been abandoned for 10 years is baseless. Finally, the lot size is irrelevant because the same lot size issue exists for the applicant's lot. If they say that the adjacent rural lot should not be used for farming, then they should also say that their property should be zoned residential and not rural use, making their rezoning application even more inappropriate. This rezoning application fails on many aspects, but MDS is an issue that clearly applies, and the community has proven that it does using analysis by a legitimate MDS and farming expert. Granting this rezoning could impact or limit future agricultural use on this farm. Remember, the main goal of MDS is to protect agricultural lands for long-term agricultural use, not diminish them by allowing a conflicting use that's too close, like an event venue. Lastly, this MDS issue will win at OLT if this application is denied by the county and is appealed by the applicant, because there is no gray area here. The county has won before at OLT when they've correctly applied MDS and denied an application. See Hunter versus PEC, a severance that was too close to a barn. And I ask that you apply MDS consistently and reject this application as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Let's see if there's any questions. Councillor Pennell?
I kind of take exception to what you're saying about the law. I've been through it. I am a farmer, have been for over 50 years. The laws have changed a lot through the years, and things that you could or couldn't do before, you can now. And I went through a severance within 300 foot of my barn, and it was legal through the province. So just be careful on some of that stuff. You're not getting led astray.
Well, I'm not speaking on my behalf. I'm using expert analysis to come up with these numbers that I provided to the planners and that they should be considering in their own assessments.
All I'm saying is basically the numbers are numbers, and every property tends to be different. That is the way the province runs now.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Pennell. Thank you, Greg. Next, we have Stephen Stanley.
I've been around a microphone before. Thanks. It's really an honor to be involved in this process. As you said, my name's Stephen Stanley. I need my glasses. Sorry, 1 second. Very recent arrival to the county, and I've been a touring musician for 35 years in bands that have been very successful and bands that have been very unknown. I'm lucky to have played Sam's Place twice already, and I'd like to talk for a moment about the detail and quality of the room itself. Took only a moment to realize what a labor of love the venue itself is, the attention to subtle detail in every corner, a really comfortable space to enjoy live music with A+ sound and sight lines, plenty of options for sitting or standing, and surrounded by Sam's work in the Canadian music business while maintaining its place in the county, maintaining some integrity of the geography in the county. But it's a lot more than a place of barn board and mortar. I want to talk about music in general right now, and I want to use the word music because I've heard the word noise so many times tonight. I thought I might have to change my resume. The pandemic changed live music forever, in my estimation, knocking almost 4 years out of every artist's livelihood while removing the chance for people to go to gather as a community. This hit a lot of businesses and venues hard. Many didn't survive, and on returning, so much space was taken up by mega tours that eat up so much of the public's expendable income. Obviously, there'd be casualties, and venues across the province fell like flies. In so many cases, that was sad and really became the main point of focus, but I'd like to suggest that something else happened that should be celebrated more than the loss of all these venues that occurred during the pandemic. First of all, the small venue world of music that so many artists that many of you undoubtedly love is very important. The mega tours don't exist without a support system that helps young artists develop and allows for small spaces where communities gather to enjoy and interact with music that is part of and reflects the unique surroundings that home them. The county itself is a remarkable example. I've not been here very long, but there's so many spaces here that nurture the arts and community, and Sam's Place is definitely one of them in my book. My point is this: what I've witnessed firsthand as a response to the sadness of loss during the pandemic is a legion of music lovers that have taken matters into their own hands. A good portion of my year is now spent doing shows in people's homes, garages, driveways, and barns. There's more than one barn venue in Ontario like Sam's Place, and to me that's a beautiful thing. This has all led me to firmly believe that the only way music survives at the level that I and likely 80% of the musicians working in Ontario know and how it exists is for this trend to be supported, nurtured, and flourish. And there's one more unique fact that makes all of this beautiful shared experience for artists, audience, and venue owners alike. The owners do not open their doors and walk away after the lights are turned on. They greet you when you arrive. They're involved in setting up. They offer you drinks and food. They often do the sound themselves, and they spend their evenings acting as hosts and interacting with every person who comes through the doors, to say nothing of the shared interest in the success of every event that also makes these folks very adept promoters. Sam and Leah are these people. It's been their history right back through the Cadillac Lounge days in Toronto. This is not the Cadillac Lounge. This is a house concert. If you walked there, if you walked into the Cadillac Lounge, you would expect to see Sam, and you would expect to be made to feel completely welcome, and that's the same with my experience at Sam's Place. It's not a business, it's a way of life, integrating all of the things that you love into a workable space that you share with your community, and along the way it serves to build this community to something better than it was before. The north end of the county needs this space, this has already been covered, so I'm going to leave that one alone. I started by saying that I've played Sam's Place twice. In both cases, I would say 50% of the people who attended made the trip from out of town. I know they were my friends. And a few because they like my band, but mostly based on Sam and Leah's reputation and their friendship. And those people did go to restaurants before the show, and they did stay at bed and breakfast after the show was over. I know, they were my friends. This is a win-win on so many levels. Sam and Leah have created a beautiful, safe, and comfortable space for live music and events. Shows will always end before 10:30. The ones that I was involved in both ended by 10. That's where I'm going to leave it for myself. But thanks for letting me speak, and all the best. I support them.
Thank you, Stephen. Any questions around the table? Seeing none, our next speaker is Don Warren.
Good evening. I'm also a resident of the county on Rednersville Road, County Road 3, but I'm not one of the ones that are nearby Sam. So I do appreciate the concerns that are being raised tonight about noise especially, but I also know Sam is someone that you can talk to, in my opinion, and someone that you can work with as things go forward. What he's trying to bring to the county is very important, in my opinion. You know, spend a quiet evening, a little bit of music with some friends on a weekend night. To me, that's very important. I've also got 3 daughters. Finding a wedding venue in the county is a very difficult thing. So I do support that side of it as well. And I think that can be done in a contained way where everybody enjoys themselves and the neighbors, I think, will be respected. So it's a long night. I just wanted to say I do support the initiative that Sam's putting forward. I do think it's a valuable thing for the county. And as mentioned before, Merry Christmas. Have a nice evening.
Thanks, Don. I don't see any questions, so we'll move on to the next speaker. Daniel Mayers.
My name is Daniel Mayers. I'm a resident of Old Orchard Road. There's a few things that other people have said today, which I'm going to probably repeat a bit, but I think it's important to really drive home the impact that this application is going to have. I'm also a musician, not a successful traveling musician, but I'm also a lover of music. I was the person who put together and compiled those survey results that were referred to in the first by the first speaker. I defend the results of that survey. This is part of what I do for work as a legal technologist. There's been a lot of people kind of defending the merits of having an arts venue and having a venue. I don't think any of us think that arts venues are bad, that music venues are bad. But what I think is really important to understand is exactly what the impact will be on this community. This is a residential community. There are many houses there. We enjoy this land and enjoy that road and enjoy the tranquility of it. So I kind of want to start off by talking about some facts. So the loop that we live on, the area of Old Orchard and County Road 3, it's a community. It's a type of community where neighbors know each other, where kids ride their bikes to each other's houses to go play, where we still wave at each other when we pass each other on the road, where we stop our cars to stop and chat when we see a neighbor that we haven't seen in a couple weeks. It's where, as Aaron mentioned before, our families get together on Halloween, all of the kids, we go to one end, one of us has a golf cart, and we drive down the road and the kids go trick-or-treating. It's a beautiful community. And at any time, if you go, especially in the summertime, but even in the winter, we have a lot of neighbors that still walk on the road in the wintertime. In the summertime, you'll just be going for a stroll at 6:30, maybe after supper, and run into 2, 3, 4 other neighbors just strolling on the road, taking a walk after dinner. That's the type of neighborhood it is. And I know that some people have alluded to the importance of having that experience and understanding what it's like to be in the neighborhood and what this application will do to change the character of the neighborhood. And I think that's very important. That loop that we live on is something very unique. It's something I wasn't sure could exist. You kind of have this beauty of it being scenic and rural, but you have like a close neighbor like you would have in town. So you actually know who's beside you, you see them, you interact with them, and you share space with them, like the road that we share. It's a very walkable road. So some facts I have about the application. So Sam purchased this property as a residence. It's not currently zoned, right, to be an event venue. Sam operated the venue in contravention of the fire code and was shut down by the fire marshal. Sam's events at Sam's Place can be heard clearly when leaving my house. So if I leave my house, I'm about 650 meters away. If I walk to like the next house on my side of the road towards the venue, about 550 meters away, you can hear the music. You can hear the music clearly. Since being shut down, and while there's been clear concerns outlined by the neighbors to Sam and Leah, Sam's Place has continued to host events at Sam's Place. And lastly, this is a money-making commercial venture, which if approved, puts commercial interests of one resident over the concerns of Sam's neighbors, impacting all of our abilities to enjoy our space. Tony mentioned before, and I've gone to Sam's Place, right? Like I've gone there. I know this from experience. I chatted with Tony outside of Sam's Place one time. The difference between Sam's Place and Terracello Winery is Terracello Winery is a massive property in a rural area. This is a neighborhood. You can see the houses, right? Everything's close. So what does this mean? If this application is approved, there's no mechanism in place to ensure that Sam doesn't exceed the limits to the number and type of events restricted by the zoning. The applicants have shown that they're willing to break the rules to get what they want at the expense of their neighbors, knowing that we in the county lack the resources to enforce these limits. Approving Sam's Place says to our community that the financial interest of one outweighs the concerns of many, and that chronic rule breaking and a complete disregard for the bylaws will be rewarded with a permission to operate. Council, I respectfully ask you to stand up to your fellow council member, deny this application in whole, and protect the residents of the Loop. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? See none. Thank you. Next, we have John Zandbergen.
Thank you. My name is John Zandbergen. I'm a resident of the township of Ameliasburgh. I actually live in Rossmore. I've come to speak in support of Sam Grosso and his bid to have his property zoning changed from single detached residential with a riding arena, stables to permit the conversion to an event venue. I've known Sam and his family for some time. Clearly, Sam has gone a long way to integrate himself and his family in the community, and is a responsible, concerned, Prince Edward County resident. He has dedicated a significant portion of his time for the betterment of the county in general through his efforts, and was recently elected as councillor for Ameliasburgh. In my opinion, he brings a level of reasonable, fair, and logical thinking to council chambers. Sam has over 24 years in the hospitality industry, being a proprietor, and has hosted numerous events. His successes include the ownership of 2 significant restaurants, pub-style venues, usually including a live musical venue. In part, his promoting of these performances has the effect of launching some of Canada's great indie artists. He is very well connected within the music industry. Music is clearly his love and passion. As for his intent to revamp the stables to music venue, I welcome the possibility. In essence, there isn't a venue whatsoever of a similar nature in the northern part of the county in support of music and entertainment. Again, everything's in Picton or south of Picton, and it becomes a bit of an aggravation in terms of returning to your residence once you've actually experienced the venue. This venue will be considered a listening room where patrons can pay a cover charge and listen to the artists perform their music. In general, Sam's intended target audience will be somewhat older, as his personal taste favors a style and type of music that we would enjoy. It's not to say that the younger artists wouldn't be invited as such, but at this point, they would have the opportunity to hone their craft and have an audience to participate with them. Let me just check here. I want to make sure I got the overall venue intent is to be closed by 10:30 at night. It will not support or will not be open longer than that. The concern over the frequency of events, I find it really quite interesting because honestly, if you go to the Empire Theater or if you go to any of the other events or in venues, how many of them do you know that actually have 90 events during the course of the year? The money isn't there to support that. And I find it really interesting that you think that there's going to be a venue every weekend or every night of the week for that matter. I understand what you're saying, but at the same point in time, there's no way that people have that kind of money. I also find it interesting when you speak about hydrological situations with wells and so forth. And if you look at the building lots that are now available on County Road 3, they all have wells and they're all empty and they're all ready for supporting housing. So there's obviously issues around the hydrological issue all the way around. There's pros and cons for everything. But as far as I'm concerned, I'm in favor of the change of the venue, and I look forward to a positive result.
Thanks, John. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next we have Chris Bennett.
Hello, I'm Chris Bennett, and a working traveling musician, and I've been lucky enough to know Sam for over 20 years, and his family, and I think the community should take a little moment and embrace Sam more and get to know him. And a lot of things have been covered tonight, so it's pointless to go over them again. But recently I drove to Toronto to see a show with Sam, and I have to say, he never said anything negative about the community around him where he's trying to get the venue up and running. He was very positive about the situation, and he's just really passionate about this, and it's a shame that some compromise can't be achieved here, because he deserves it, and it's just I vote in favor of thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Martin Smith.
Mr. Mayor, Chair, thanks for allowing me to speak. I'm Martin Smith. I've been a resident of the county for about 20 years, and I've worked here and I'm now retired and enjoying life. I'm also a local musician, and a lot of what has been said are in my notes as well, so I am not going to go over it all. We know about Sam and Leah. We know about their work in the community and how they give back. I am in support of the change to the zoning for them, and I guess the thing that I wanted to talk a little bit about was specifically in terms of the venue for musicians in the area. We've talked about the need for it maybe to have venues in that end of the county over in the north and the west. We do have a lot of venues where music happens in the county, and we know that arts are quite a hot spot. But what we don't have in the county are places where people actually come to listen to the music. We have lots of restaurants and bars where people come to enjoy themselves, but the focus is on selling food and on selling drinks. And for a musician, and there's a few of them here, I can tell you that for them, one of the most important things in a venue is when you can actually connect with your audience, when you know that people can see you and listen to you and are there to really enjoy what you have to offer. And I believe that that's what Sam and Leah are trying to create, is a place where you can really connect with those people. There's a little bit of a misunderstanding, I think, when we talk about the Cadillac Lounge. I do not believe that Sam is trying to open a speakeasy or a bar or a place for people to come and drink and hang out and do drugs and things like that. This is a place where mature people can come. I've been to some concerts there. I've talked to Sam on many times about benefits, about ways to produce concerts and how to do it. He's always been very respectful of the rules, talking about the regulations that we would have to follow if we were going to work there. And I know that the people that I've met there have been respectful of the site, of the neighbors, and of everything. So I am in support of this change.
Thank you, Martin. I don't see any questions, so you're off the hook. Next, we have Tim Pickard.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Tim Pickard. I reside at 202 Old Orchard Road, directly below Sam's Place. I am here tonight to express my concerns with the proposed application Z14-23, specifically with regards to the septic system. I'm a local business owner and specialize in the design and construction of septic systems. I'm registered with the Ministry of Ontario as a licensed septic designer, installer, and have been involved in the industry for over 24 years. I often work with people who have needed my expertise to support rezoning applications in Prince Edward County and neighboring municipalities. Here are my concerns that I have not been addressed with the rezone application. First, the location of the future septic system. County staff has always indicated that the property is not serviced by municipal services and therefore a modern septic system will be required for the site. The exact location of the septic field has not been determined in the hydrogeological study and report. Concern was raised that the property is in a source water protection zone and the location of the septic is an issue. Further constraints on the location of the septic also impact where the septic system can be installed, such as the parking area, fire routes, neighboring wells, etc. The location of the future septic system has been requested by staff. However, the applicant has neglected to provide this in any of their reports. The county's peer review of the hydroge study asked for a proposed location and the proposed location offered by the applicant is in a highly vulnerable aquifer. The subject property sits on top of an escarpment above us where the soil depth is almost non-existent and the bedrock is very close to the surface. It does not take an expert to figure out where the water will run once it hits the bedrock. Right down into the highly vulnerable aquifer, contaminating surrounding wells. As a person that lives directly below the subject property and uses the water from this aquifer, this gives me major concerns about the safety and water quality into the future of this if this application is approved. Number two, ongoing monitoring. Given the sensitive location of the subject property, I believe that if this application is approved, there should be a condition within the site plan that the groundwater supply and quality be monitored regularly so as to protect the source water zone and those that rely on the water. I'm asking staff that they require provisions to be put in place to monitor nitrate levels and other contaminants that could threaten the highly vulnerable aquifer. I would like to close by asking council to please take another look at this application and realize that this is not the place for an event venue like this. There's too much risk to neighboring wells. And to answer Mr. Prinzen, there was, that I just found out today, a well that was contaminated by horse manure.
Thank you, Tim. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next, we have Nick Braganza. No? Okay. Margaret Briscoe. Welcome, Margaret.
Good evening. I am Margaret Briscoe. The James family and I have been residents on Old Orchard Road for over 40 years. I'm speaking on behalf of Eben James Jr. I want to see the county do well and continue to stand out, not just in Ontario, but in all of Canada and beyond. We need to continue to build on the great work of previous administrations. But if the county is going to continue to flourish in the future, we need to do this responsibly. People who have invested in our county want to know our community will act responsibly. To achieve this end, we need to do it in a manner that protects the existing stakeholders, as well as the new stakeholders, because the new stakeholders of today will be the stakeholders of tomorrow. Tonight, I want to bring forward what existing stakeholders. They had experts whose opinions and questions appear to have been ignored or excluded from the staff report. It's important not to bring harm to the stakeholders who have brought the county to this level of success, their investment in this community. It's difficult when we, who have already invested heavily in the community and hired technical experts, are excluded by the planning departments in any documents presented to the Planning and Development Committee tonight. Therefore, as the Planning and Council, to ensure that our experts' contributions are considered in hope they lead to recommendations for improvement that avoid the harm that I mentioned previously. I want our county to continue to do well, not just next year, but for decades to come. I ask the Planning Department and Council to be responsible and consider all information gathered, and not just rely on the applicant's expertise. And also the peer reviews that they did, which does exclude some of the information from the existing stakeholders whose lives will be changed forever as a consequence of this decision. I'm grateful for your consideration.
Thank you, Margaret. I don't see any questions, so we'll move on to Monty Smith. Okay, and I see, yeah, and I have them on the list, so they're coming in virtually later, so I'll wait and we'll get them. Okay, yep, okay, so we'll move on then. Kathy Shank.
My name is Kathy Shank, and I live with my family at 109 Old Orchard Road. Now, when I speak to my colleagues or my friends in Bowmanville or in Trenton area, they say, "Oh, you live on that road? My, that's a nice road." And I say, "Yes, we love it there. It's peaceful, it's quiet, it's tranquil." And one of the, I guess the biggest concern that we have, and you've heard it over and over again, is, of course, is the noise. Now, it's also music, I guess, but when it comes to my end, it's noise. It's not music anymore because I can't relate to it anymore. I love music. I have nothing against venues that produce that type of thing, but in our neighborhood, it is not the best thing. We know that noise is something that we have in our lives. We have sirens wailing from emergencies, outdoor power equipment, leaf blowers, grass mowers, whatever, road traffic noise, but these are infrequent and intermittent. Thankfully, they are dispersed throughout the neighborhood, but not always from one single source for hours on end, daily and during the out-of-doors season time. Why, we live on the Bay of Quinte opposite the airbase. We live with the sky noise. In fact, I think the airplanes use our home and our pool as a navigational aid. But we accept this. We don't mind this because we know that it's for the service for our country. And it's gone. It comes and goes. And after all, they were there first. our neighborhood evolved more recently. But today, right now, we have a live stage venue requesting permission that you can grant or deny. Smack dab in the midst of our homes, pumping out amplified noise because sound volume is essential to its business. Speeches, music, fireworks, daily and nightly, multiple times per week for hours on end. Sure, it has an end, but it's still during the time when we're all awake. Not intermittent like trucks and jets. And this is their business model. And a building with no sound insulation in the walls, the roof, or the floor, none. All that noise is produced upstairs, 15 feet off the ground, pulsing over our community. It has already happened. These are the facts. And I'm not going to go on too long here, but I think you get the idea. And things will not just improve over time. If you say, oh, let's go ahead and approve this and we'll deal with it later. No, you can't do that. And we've seen that wording. Prevent the problem now, or the cost of solving it maybe later may be too much to bear. We know noise leakage from this venue is a nuisance. The applicant repeatedly hosted entertainment events. In fact, in defiance of shutdown orders. You've already heard that too. Complaints are on file. Now, and we all want to find a way to get along. We do not begrudge the Grossos their business, of course. And it sounds like they have wonderful people who support them. It's just not right in our community. It isn't for so many reasons that you have already heard. So for the one sound reason alone, it's your choice now. We're depending on you to make the right choice. I want my Old Orchard Road to remain that community that we've talked about. Thank you for listening, and good night.
Thank you, Kathy. I don't see any questions, so we'll move on to Brenda Jenkins. Welcome, Brenda.
Thank you. Can you hear? Yeah?
And I believe you have some files to show on screen.
Yes, Becky is going to present it. I'll tell you when, though. Okay, so my name, as presented, is Brenda Jenkins Marsan, and I live at 106 Old Orchard Road, which is within the 500-meter perimeter from the site requesting to be rezoned. Firstly, I would like to thank you, the council, in advance for listening to my concerns, and want you to know that I realize that this is a precarious situation because it is a fellow councillor that is reaching out to you. I know, however, that you will be conscientious and true to your constituents and the county's official plan, whose intent is to build a strong community while protecting our natural heritage systems, agricultural resources, and human health and safety here in Prince Edward County. Not only for today, but for our future residents and possibly your children or your grandchildren. So we do have to look at this in a longer vision. As a matter of fact, in a recent county planning presentation by Mr. Michaud, it was stated the land use planning process balances the interests of individual property owners with the wider needs and objectives of community and can have a significant effect on a community's quality of life. That's what we've been hearing from a lot of people. For this reason, amongst others, I would like to suggest that a change in zoning as requested by Mr. Grosso is not in harmony with the values of the majority of the County Road 3 Old Orchard Loop. Now, what you might not know is that my expertise is in the area of tourism. I'm a retired Champlain College tourism professor who has also taught various tourism classes at both Humber and Sheridan colleges here in Ontario. I would like to share with you my thoughts on important details that were not presented in the report that Mr. Coffey submitted to Council, while focusing in on the tourism aspects and some of the inherent challenges that come with tourism development within a residential area. And I would like to note that Mr. Coffey did receive this report from me quite a while back, and nothing is in your documents. First, I would also like to share with you some general research on event venues and their impacts when situated within quiet rural residential areas, such as the one we're discussing. My first example starts with a 2023 report published by a rural community called Leduc County in Alberta. After consultation with the community, it was clearly understood that these types of uses, meaning event venues, are not compatible with agricultural or residential uses. Due to the inherent nature and purpose of these types of facilities and the way in which they operate, it has been identified through this process that these facilities have been known to create circumstances that are disruptive to everyday living. It has also been indicated that the operations of these types of facilities have been conflicting with farming operations, creating stressful situations for livestock to the point of injury and concerns of possible trespassing onto the private land surrounding these facilities. So they have been noted several times. Other issues included increased potential for impaired drivers on local roads and highways, increased risk of fires that may result from people smoking, using fireworks, and increased risk of rural crime occurring in the areas surrounding these facilities. Consequently, this local government decided to remove the rural wedding and agricultural event facility land use in this district and did not approve the request for a change. Next, I will refer you to the 2019 research publication in Worldwide Hospitality and Tourism Themes, which clearly describes the untold truth, event tourism's negative impact on residents' community, life, and well-being. The full citation can be found online. In the meantime, we would like to highlight the following important findings in that comprehensive study. And please note, before I go on, that I'm not talking about the music. I'm talking about the concept of an event venue. So despite its success and the positive economic impact, several issues have a negative impact on residents' quality of life and well-being. The negative impacts are noise pollution, vandalism and crime, traffic and parking issues, waste and damages to the natural environment, pressure on and overusage of local services and infrastructure, and the increased cost of living. I can provide you with the references. I also asked Becky, excuse me, I got that wrong, to just show a summary table. I know it's very small for you to see, but this is academic literature that shows the negative consequences of events on locals' lives in the areas where these event venues exist. So,
And I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up quickly, okay?
I'll try.
Yep, please.
Okay. Equally important to highlight at this point is that according to county documents, Mr. Grosso's land falls within a macro view of what is designated as shoreland. Yet it should be noted that this macro view of shorelands does not address the fact that this shoreland property is not really shoreland, as it does not have water access, nor a view of the bay, nor year-round use, nor any conservation value, nor any platform to enhance the existing rural agricultural community in Prince Edward County. And ironically, the official plan under its growth management plan states that in this shoreland designation, tourism development is geared to seasonal residents, as well as tourist accommodations and tourist-related commercial activities that will increase public access to the waterfront. Yet Mr. Grosso has no access to waterfront. So finally, yes, our County Road 3 is a declared tourist corridor. Several commercial destinations already draw visitors during daytime hours. They do not conflict with family time and home activities. That's positive. I would like to suggest that the Grosso's new business is a poor fit, as it can operate its live stage day and night for a full 9 months, up from the last application round, which requested 6 months a year. This would be at the expense of our community, not in harmony with it. It's all about our future together, all of us. New businesses that enhance everyone's quality of life are important for sure. A coffee house, conference center, a climbing wall, a fitness club, a dog agility center, my passion, an aviary, or a food and craft market. The Grosso's rural residential property could be home for one that has a better fit for tourists as well as the locals. It would be welcomed. It would enhance everybody's quality of life. So again, I thank you and I ask you to consider my request not to go ahead with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Brenda? Seeing none, thank you. I'm going to need, another hour's gone by, so can I get another motion to extend, please? Councillor Branderhorst and Councillor Nyman, all those in favor? That carries. Next we have Maddie Tabai. Welcome.
My name is Maddie Tabai. I live at Old Orchard. I retired when I was. Can you hear me now? Okay. I moved to that area 3 years ago, 4 years ago, and we fell in love with that area that we live in. It's a very nice, quiet neighborhood, and it's a fantastic place. I have nothing against the applicants or the people that want to do that business. As a matter of fact, I think it's fantastic. But you cannot have it in a residential area. It doesn't matter if it works with you guys or not, this should not be approved. I can't believe that I can even hearing that you guys even accepting to hear this subject of changing zone. A lot of people ask you guys to look at all the technical aspect of this rezoning, and a lot of people also ask you guys, why don't you come over? Take a look what happens, and also look at the result that has happened before. The fire marshals came in, police came in, and they shut down that thing. So what are we talking more? I mean, what else do we need to hear? If you need the technical things, all the people, they brought up all the things that you need to hear. So I think that their idea is absolutely fantastic, but not for this area. They should go into a big farm and do that thing, and we support that, but not in right over my head that my window starts buzzing every time that they have people over there. And my wife works at the hospital at the night shift when they come home or when they comes from the hospital, and then we can't rest. And I can't believe that I fell into buying a property in there, and I paid so much money for it. I guess I'm done.
Thank you, Maddie. Let's see if there's any questions. No, so we're going to move on to Shirley Porter, who I think is joining us via Zoom, if she's still there. No?
Through to the chair, no, she's
Okay.
not connected.
How about Danielle Martin?
No.
David Self?
Yes, he's just connecting through.
Okay.
David, can you hear us? David Self?
David, can you hear us?
Still there.
Okay. Welcome, David. Just a reminder, you have 5 minutes for your comment. Yeah, yeah. Thank you, David. I'm just going to see if there's any questions from council, and I don't see any. So thank you for your comment. Next, we have Emily Fennell, who is also joining via Zoom. Hi, Emily. Just remind you have 5 minutes.
I'm here in support of Salvatore and Grosso. I met Salvatore about 10 years ago. I have a share of music, and she said that through the organization that merged the two. And back when I was in 5 years ago, and I could not find anyone in Toronto that was my which consisted of a weaker franchise agreement. Nobody would host an event until to get people to take a risk on music. These days, and this is before the pandemic, is someone took on us and hired us for that show. Which obviously, because it's based on his character, he was very passionate I feel very passionate about serving a lot of people that students. This is not noise we're talking about in regards to a live music venue. We're talking about the entire cultural identity of music on the county landscape. And I am born and raised in Prince Edward County. I'm a multi Loyalist, and I told nationally. What I like to say is balance is the rest of us. We're truly us, and we can having alcohol issues. So this come up as being the topic tonight. And I really speak as a music advocate here. Also, if you know music, I hope will be once again is crucially important to pay attention to. So the issue is really simple, folks. There are 85 decibels, and music with measure decibels and music values. It's important. If your music is too loud, you will not have people in the room. And people there, local people there, which brings me to next intervention. Some of the most successful bands that I tour in other parts of the world is that people you've probably never heard of that place. It's a local community. It's not very far from it's a local community, and there's two shows there. Of course, and people who don't necessarily know but their community members, they support this band by a couple original return going into music videos from onto regulars and Banaseanu, which really creates a parallel to the community. I'm born and raised in Pursuant County, and I'm people in similar upbringing as well. I've watched lots of change happen. My family still owns lots of land there, and my parents are still there, my sister's still there. And frequently, I originally owned back in the county full time. I don't ever with all the change happening right now, my parents complain about it because ultimately change you cannot get away from it. It does happen. Does the change benefit the county? And I really ask the local community around this area, this is an opportunity for your families, for your children. This growing up, there's an opportunity here. You can bring your kids to see that they can expose this message. Performance in this venue. This is a wonderful opportunity to add a beautiful artistic cultural activity to a part of the county that's just not there now. And it also will create an opportunity to educate other people and provide them with experience in this field with these live shows. Pieces that are helping us in a positive light. It's being talked as nice, and it's really being hard to listen to online. It's really sad. And I see right now, folks who don't have this will take it to the field. Thank you so much for listening. And I am fully supportive of my Merry Christmas. Thank you for your life.
Thank you, Emily. I'm just going to see if there's any questions. I don't see any. Thank you again. Next, we have Dr. Barreto.
Dr. Barreto, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, thank you. Just a reminder that you have 5 minutes for your comment.
Thank you very much. at the start of the line, tax-free education differential is solved in the line. So I was definitely related with my life learning to those at 3142 County Road 3 the last 3 years. Traffic is my concern. Engineering completed this traffic brief for this application 2 years ago and it's posted on our website. They concluded that the line in front of Grosso residence has sufficient sight lines for a safe property entry and exit without any turning lane. A 500-meter view in both directions, even with the average recorded speed of 90 kilometers an hour in an 80-kilometer zone is safe. We will also estimate that even in the busiest hour, we will see 35 cars go by. We will estimate 2% road traffic growth until 2028. Just a couple of houses down from the building, I think all these comments are wrong. This is the reality going on as we live in the area. Everywhere in this section of County Road 3 there is an accident serious enough to require emergency services, police, fire ambulances, and some of these are unfortunately fatal. The latest incident happened in the afternoon of Sunday, November 10th recently, when a person with a car careened into the trees 500 meters west of the Grosso property. In this section of County Road 3, right through the intersection of the west end of the old Orchard Road, the sweeping S-bend is unsafe. Residents exit their driveways on a hope and a prayer that vehicles are not approaching them at speed. It's plain dangerous. If you saw heading west of Old Orchard Road onto County Road 3, from a standing stop, all road requires a 180-degree view over one's left shoulder to catch a glimpse of approaching traffic around the same lane. All users experience this every bit before time coming to County Road 3. Every traffic after the party, small or big, is overheading west to Picton is a frightening thought. Some 500 meters east of Grosso Driveway is the Old Hill Cut, posted at 50 kilometers an hour to slow traffic in both directions. The road is not ideal just to enter the trail, especially in wet weather makes life pretty dangerous. Expect more chaos, more calls to know when departing guests under influence after a happy time at Sam's place. Also, there are reasons for travel for 200 meters east of Grosso's towards the top of the hill. Most in the spring and summer, someone may charge runway with no idea where they're onto or where they're going. But County Road 3 is the easiest way to get there. Last December, an incident involved residents pulling on County Road 3 in front of the hall on a way to lie. There are cars coming up over the hill, and however this was fortunately not turned out to be the reality that could really imminent. They have to realize the risks they pose to themselves, to traffic, and the neighborhood at any time. Considering traffic for around 200 homes and another 200 to be completed by 2027, and there is scope in Carey Place. And another 200 homes is completed in Michael's Way, development even closer to County Road 3. Both estimates of traffic volumes are clearly understated in June's study. plus the locals we have talked about today. These engineers will not factor in actual development underway. To get to and from Grosso, all this whole traffic cruising right past Grosso and Gheorghe daily. Road safety improved for all along Old Orchard Road when this residential country lane was reduced to 50 kilometers an hour. County Road 3 at 80 kilometers zone today, with new families continuing to move in. And an entertainment venue smack down in the middle of it all means dire consequences if the dual traffic models and recommendations are followed. Traffic from some place beyond 50 cars or at times by permission 4 times that number on site and around the road means serious changes needed to lighting signs, access and speed limits, stretching far beyond the Grosso's home, not to mention the need for parking. Walkers, cyclists, pedestrians, distracted, tourists and even the rest themselves need protection. Make County Road 3 road safety a priority in your decision and deliberation. Council, this application is not ready for approval today. Please delay tonight and thank you for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Barreto. I don't see any questions, so thank you. Next, we have Kevin Jollimore. Kevin, can you hear me? We sure can. Just a reminder, you have 5 minutes for your comment.
Okay.
You go right ahead.
Okay. Thanks. My name is Kevin Jollimore. I'm here to speak on behalf of Sam. Sam has been for over 25 years. I actually worked for Sam for about 15 years, so I can attest to the kind of place that Sam worked on, where I always had a positive atmosphere, a lot of family in the place I worked for Sam. He has a very positive place for musicians and for his guests. I worked in this industry for about 40 years, and I'll tell you that Sam is one of the very few that have the hospitality thing going. That's the one thing that it's the deal to run a restaurant, and that's the thing that people like to be in his company. He's a very positive guy. I'm so excited. So this place might have a chance to look at some roots in Prince Edward County. He's got a awesome high quality hotel there, and that's aware of the kind of numbers that he has, because they're his friends and I like to entertain as well. So I know that from experience he has a lot of respect for residents and for the community, and he's going to run a positive establishment. I was inspired to actually write a song about the exciting virtues of Sam and exciting the virtues of Prince Edward County. So I'm just going to change that a little bit right now. It's very here in Halifax, but we'll levitate to the evening. Thanks for a few years writing this song. And sorry if you know the words, but you don't, because I just wrote it. Dance on Saturday night. Just to try to party, get to feeling alright. Dancing shows, chasing all your blues. Dirty boys, that's the band that sounds place tonight. Just take a mind. This country road. You can come as you are, and you got no dress code. Sam's place tonight. Yeah, I'm back. I'm gonna have some fun tonight. Sing a simple song, watch the world roll along. Gonna get on to Sam's place tonight.
Yeah, thank you, Kevin. That's a big song, but I think we're gonna have to move on at this point. Thank you.
Okay. You're very welcome. Thanks for your time.
Take care. Next, we have David Rotella. I don't see. Okay. Amanda Wilkinson. I'm not sure if I see online.
Francis Lapointe is your next one, I believe.
Okay. Francis, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, can you hear me? All right.
Yeah, just a reminder, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the Planning Committee for giving me this opportunity to speak on this matter. My name is Francis Lapointe. I'm a licensed architect OAA, specializing in sustainable design and heritage architecture with offices located in Trenton. I represent Monty Smith, who lives north of the proposed development on Old Orchard Road. I sent 2 letters to the committee on this matter. Take a few minutes here to summarize their content and basically discuss facts. With respect to the architectural drawings, while I'm aware that accurate architectural drawings are not normally required at the rezoning stage, some data must be shown accurately, especially when that information will be used by other consultants to prepare their reports and give opinions on matters that affect the surrounding neighbors. To that end, please note that the ground floor plans have discrepancies with respect to the accessibility of the second floor. It's missing a second required exit. The project architect has stated that the occupant load for this facility is 150 people. You can see that on page A2. But the engineer consultants have assumed only 100 people. The architectural floor plans show horse stalls on the ground floor, surrounded by new washrooms, a new elevator, a new lobby. The architect made an effort to draw the new spaces, but has not made the effort to delete the horse stalls. I can only conclude that the architectural drawings are correct, and I assume that water is required to clean the horse stalls, the horse drinking water, for wash water, and floor drains. The Ontario Building Code requires a mop sink and floor drains for the new washrooms. Ontario Building Code requires separate employee washrooms, not shown at all on these drawings. Now, you'll be told that these things are not required because this building is a barn that will be used occasionally for events. Except the applicant and the consultants have stated, as you know, there'll be events held here 5 days a week, 9 months of the year. Is this a barn with horse stalls? I don't think so. This is a barn converted to an event space. This building is going to be in Group A2, Group A Division 2 occupancy under the Ontario Building Code. Must be designed to reflect that. Fire, health, accessibility, climate issues, all regulated by the OBC, and the plumbing fixtures and the equipment necessary for the proposed uses must be shown and accounted for in the hydrogeological study. Understand there's also 2 on-site businesses that operate out of this site, a pottery business and a wine tour car storage facility. Each likely needs wash water and process supply water, sewage, waste treatment. That's not been included in the hydro report. This thing's existing swimming pool needs makeup water due to evaporation and backwash, not included in the hydro report. Finally, the sewage effluent estimate for the existing dwelling is substantially below what is required by the Ontario Building Code. You have to understand, there's a value for the existing house, there's a value for the new project. The existing house value is shown as 1,000 liters per day. In my report, it was clear. The consultant wrote, for the purpose of D54 assessment, a daily design sewage flow was estimated to be 1,000 liters per day, as per MECP guidelines. I looked at the guidelines. There's nothing in there about this. What does the Ontario Building Code say? That a house with apparently 7 occupants may have 3, 4, 5 bedrooms. The number for the house should be 2,000 to 2,500 liters per day. That's table A213A. These are facts. So, combined with the sewage flow from the 100 patrons of the event, the site will produce approximately 5,000 liters of sewage per day. The 5,000 liter figure does not include all the other things that I said are missing. Therefore, the amount of water needed to support this proposed venue and the sewage effluent quantities are grossly underestimated, likely closer to 5,500 liters per day instead of the 3,600 reported. And the nitrate concentrations currently estimated to be 7.6 milligrams per liter are likely to exceed the maximum of 10 milligrams per liter. This alone is enough to reject this application. The report is incorrect, factually incorrect. I don't know why the sewage flow for the house has been underestimated. The applicant's consultant used the correct OBC table for the 100 patrons. We came up with the same number. I confirmed it. I confirmed it. Your peer review did not confirm that. They didn't check the numbers. I was involved. I was the designer, the lead consultant for the LEED Platinum Fifth Town Cheese Factory. Sure, most of you know it. Part of the reason why that factory was LEED Platinum, first LEED Platinum industrial in the world, was that we had constructed wetlands designed by Haddad Geotechnical and Norbert Werns, PN, both who knew how to do good design. They said there were 4 methods to calculate flow under the Ontario Building Code: facilities area method, facilities use method, plumbing fixture method, fixture unit method. Once you do that, you get the worst case scenario. Guess which one's the worst case scenario? The plumbing fixtures method. But this consultant used the facility area method, much lower number. On the subject of noise, I'm only going to tell you the facts in the report. These are facts that you can read. I sent you a letter with a drawing that shows the area of the walls of the existing barn. They're nowhere near what the consultant has said. I used AutoCAD, very simple software. It does all the calculations for me, but you can check it on your own. The numbers are 2 and 3 times more, the wall areas, the actual wall areas, than what the consultant has noted. Now, maybe they only calculated the noise coming from the second floor, but even those numbers don't match. There is going to be noise on the ground floor, in a lobby, in a store, in washrooms, when people are drunk and loud and rowdy. You know it, we've all been there, right? The noise consultant has indicated that noise generated from the new commercial air conditioning equipment, exhaust fans, other required building equipment has not been included in their report. The noise consultant indicated they've included the highway traffic noise, but not the traffic noise pre and post event from the patrons leaving the site. They say that's a matter for the PEC noise bylaw. The noise consultant has reported that the event space has a capacity to create noise up to 100, I thought it was 108, but I saw it earlier, 119 decibels. That's equivalent to thunder. To a DJ, it's louder than a DJ playing very loud music in a dance music studio place or bar. To mitigate these noise issues, yep, 3 paragraphs. To mitigate the noise issues, the noise consultant has suggested that a sound limiter be used. The noise consultant and the applicant admit the sound limiter is likely to be technically unfeasible. It's not going to work. I know so. I designed bars in Toronto, and the limiters are useless. But they only stop the sound of the music, not the loud, rowdy wedding guests. So the noise consultant has said that the noise has to be limited to 82 decibels. Do you know what that means? It's the sound in a loud restaurant. Are the wedding patrons going to be as quiet as the sound in a loud restaurant? In conclusion, the architectural drawings lack significant details. The details have been omitted, have been omitted from the hydrogeological study. The noise study actually uses old software that expires this year and is not going to be continued. They have inaccurate wall area calculations. They reported levels in excess of 110 decibels, and they assume that a technically unfeasible sound limiter will be used to reduce the noise from traveling DJs and things like that. Not possible. I urge this committee to reject this application simply because the drawings are incorrect, the engineer's reports are incorrect, they're based on incorrect information, and this lot is simply too small to accommodate the proposed development. Thank you.
Thank you, Francis. Councillor Pinnell has a question for you.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out, are you a hydrologist or an audiologist? It seems like you're an expert on everything. And I'm just trying to figure out, what is your profession?
I am a licensed architect with a master's degree in architecture. I'm a LEED accredited professional, certified engineering technologist. What else did I? A member of the Royal Architects Institute of Canada. I've been teaching architecture, engineering, building code since 2010 at Centennial College, and I have my own practice. I designed the LEED Platinum Cheese Factory and many other sustainable buildings.
Okay. Thank you, Francis. I don't see any other questions.
Thank you.
Okay. We got through our list, so at this point I'm just going to ask, I don't see anybody that really hasn't spoken, but is there anybody else in the room that would like to speak? No? Okay. Moving on. Before I ask members of council if they have any comments or questions, can I get someone to put this item on the floor, please? Councillor Prinzin and Councillor Roberts.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Prinzin Roberts, motion that report DS-84-2024 Development Services dated December 11th, 2024 regarding rezoning file number Z14-23 be received. 2, that zoning file number Z14-23 for lands located at Part Lot 97, Concession 1, Ameliasburgh, Part 1, 47R 741, together with easement over Part Lot 97, Concession 1, Ameliasburgh, Part 1, 47R 8006, as in EC 2113, Ward of Ameliasburgh, be approved.
Thank you, Councillor Prinzin. Questions or comments from council? Councillor Hirsch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question for staff. We've heard a lot tonight about privately done peer reviews of noise. We've heard about hydrogeology. We've heard about a private MDS study. And all the documents are in the report. We have 464 pages worth, it seems. From staff's perspective, have you received anything? Have you heard anything that causes you to change your recommendation on this?
So through the chair, just to clarify, the peer review consultants that worked on this project were retained by the county staff. They're not paid for or retained by the applicant, so they're completely independent. So no, there's nothing that would change the recommendation.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Councillor Pinnell.
I wanted to find out if we made a decision on the rezoning, does that in any way affect, other than the fact that a person can go ahead and check? They may still not be able to cover all the requirements. Or is it in fact that, you know, if you approve it tonight, that's it? Because it makes quite a difference on, because I'm not altogether convinced in my own mind that there couldn't be things done to solve a lot of the problems.
Matt?
Through the chair to Councillor Pennell, that's a good question. You know, we can all acknowledge that there's quite a bit of work that still needs to happen here. That's why we have a site plan application process. So they will need to demonstrate that all these things will function properly through that application.
Okay, anybody else around the table? Councillor McNaughton?
Yes, thank you. I've been trying to be as fair as I can possibly be for this particular case, and I've made several pro and con lists. And currently, because of other experiences with other files, my con side is heavier than my pro side. And I'm going to say there are lots of pros. I love repurposing barns and keeping them alive. I love that. It's wonderful. I personally would love to it. When I lived in a rural area, we did have kind of a local watering hole, and that was a real pleasure. And it did bring several of the neighbors closer together. I see that as a possibility here. I love supporting musicians. I love live music. I really struggle because I deal with so many complaints from my neighbors about Base 31 who live 700 meters away from Base 31, who are impacted by Base 31 and receive music at, can hear music, but at a distorted level. A lot of struggles with the Cape, where there's people partying out on the lawn after the end of the event. They're still enjoying themselves, and everyone wants everyone to enjoy themselves, and that's great, but it's a lot of noise and disruption for an entirely residential neighborhood, other than the Cape. We've seen problems with Lakeside. There are problems with places in Cherry Valley, and it gives me a pause for concern, and I can't feel comfortable. And the buses idling at the Cape, you can witness yourself if you go by at 2 a.m. on Main Street. And, I think they've done a bit of a better job lately, so kudos. But there are compatibility issues when you've got, the whole point I understand of zoning is to make good neighbors and to keep land uses compatible. And I know that we've got the shoreland designation here. There's a reason why we're reviewing it. It's to ensure that we're not sort of creating impossible or difficult neighbors. And I think this is a great example of why we need to look at the shoreland designation. I would also note my struggle is that enforcement is very difficult, and especially late at night, and we've seen this many times. So I'm very concerned. I can't support it the way it is. I could support potentially thinking about a referral back that looks at some reduction in permission that might fit better in a residential context, but can't in this particular shape here. I would also, I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor McNaughton. Councillor Roberts and then Councillor Prinzen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I've been to Councillor Prinzen's farm a few times. I read Councillor Ingelsdorfer's newspaper every week, perhaps for my sins. But, I think it's fair to say that our council votes and views are frequently not in sync and often opposed. So it's really a red herring for me to infer, as a couple of people have done this evening, that because I went to a Jack de Kaiser event, which I must say was quite joyful and very pleasant, that was produced by Sam Grosso, that there's some kind of conflict involved. I just don't accept that. I will accept, though, a comment made by his spouse that he is a person of incredible integrity, and that is my personal experience. Sam Grosso is a person of enormous personal integrity. So, from my perspective, just my perspective, being in the north, Ameliasburgh, right next door to Ameliasburgh, I'm given to believe by my residents, or our residents in Ameliasburgh, that it's a well-liked and appreciated event venue, that it's located along a identified tourism corridor. It's making good use, as staff and others have mentioned tonight, of an agricultural structure, a barn. I've seen that in Ameliasburgh in a few places. It's a beautiful thing. The hydrological study is supportive and the Planning Act is satisfied. as are, whether we like them or not, these are the relevant criteria of the shoreline designation as it stands now, and those are satisfied. And in addition to the staff recommendations of approval, staff also makes it quite clear in the report that they will undertake through the site plan control a further addressing of matters such as, we've heard this evening, environment, servicing, traffic, and access, which is answering Councillor Pennell's question about there's a lot more work to be done here. And reference has been made to our official plan. I would say it's kind of selective referencing, but it has been referenced, our official plan. But staff clearly asserts on page 89 and 90 of their report, referencing the official plan, and I just quote, "New high-quality attractions, facilities, services, and events are encouraged along the tourism corridors where they are permitted by the underlying designation," which is why we're here this evening, "and are encouraged to be year-round to promote economic development throughout the year." There's a lot more to be said on those pages, but that gives you a flavor of where the staff is coming from on the official plan. So I am supportive of the Grosso's project going forward. Personally, I expect a rigorous accounting by staff of the issues that were raised this evening as part of the site plan approval process. And I trust that will be done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Roberts. Councillor Prinzen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just following up on Councillor McNaughton's point, she brings up some good points, but the part that changes those for me is we're talking base 31 in the Cape, and under 3.3 here, it says that property, in order for the venue to be used, there must be an active residential use on the property at all times. So for those reasons, and I think of it as a little different than the Cape, for instance, or base 31, because if you're living there, you know, with a family of young kids, I know it at my place too, you know, you want to tone it down quicker too. So for those reasons, I too will be supporting this application as it's presented tonight.
Thank you. Councillor Branderhorst?
This application was based on just Sam Grosso as an individual. I think it would be a much different outcome for me personally. I respect him. I respect everybody that has come here and sung his praises and thinks the world of him. He's a wonderful man. But I have also spent my background in training in theater, and specifically as a lighting designer and specifically as a technical director. I know how sound carries, and I know that's part of my studies and my background, and I know what it takes to insulate a building. I was at the Isabel Bader Center, which some might not know, but it's a theater out with Queen's University when it was getting built, and I understand how thick the walls have to be and what has to be done to make it completely soundproof from inside out. With this limited amount of soundproofing done in a barn, I have a hard time. It's the septic. There's too many red flags as it is, that at this point, I'm having a hard time moving it forward as is. If there was a referral to go back to staff and go back to complaints similar to what are similar to the planning file that was here before, of Loyalist Heights. It had another chance and another shot at it, but as it stands now, I can't support it.
Mayor Ferguson.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I know that there's been a lot of passion about this excuse me, this file for months. I'm not going to speak to the individuals involved. I want to speak to the application and reiterate some of what I heard from the the musicians and the need for a venue of this sort. And particularly in the location in the northern part of the county. Looking at the proposed bylaw and the considerable conditions that have been placed in it as part of it, and the fact that this is going to go through further steps, I think this could be an important addition to the northern part of the county, and I have always kind of thought that when it first came forward, rather than everything or most of the attractions being in the southern part of the county, there's an opportunity for some economic development up there, and this venue can play an active role in that. I also think that from what I heard from particularly Mrs. Grosso, that she and her husband will make an honest and straightforward attempt to embrace the community more. They've heard all the comments, I'm sure, and pay attention to those and respect their neighbors. And I think it's also fair to say that if there are complaints, additional complaints, or any complaints that come forward, any violations, they will be attended to with expedience. So I'm going to support this, and hope that it moves forward quickly, and that staff guide this through respectfully and responsibly, having heard all the comments we did this evening. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Ferguson. I just want to make sure, Councillor Maynard, did you have your hand up, or are you good? She's there. She's just.
Yes. Yeah, I'm just trying to unmute.
Okay.
Yes. This is very difficult, and I don't deny that having a venue in the north would be nice. Although there is a venue in Carrying Place. I believe it's for sale. A venue for music. But I just although I know the intentions are good, I still think that that we really need to take into account the neighbors, the neighborhood, and their peaceful enjoyment of that beautiful little section of County Road 3. I just think this is not a great place for an event venue. And, intentions may be good, but we don't know what's going to happen down the road. And I think we've heard some pretty compelling arguments. So, with regret, I will not be supporting it.
Okay, thank you. I have Councillor Harrison, and then we'll go quickly to Councillor Pinnell and Councillor Robertson. We'll go to the vote.
I echo Councillor Roberts and Councillor Prinzen's thoughts on this all the way. And I go maybe one step further. This is the first year in budget that we put $50,000 in an ongoing thing for the arts. And from what I've heard from the arts community tonight, I think this is can fill a niche in that very nicely at not at a cost to the taxpayer. Thank you.
Councillor Roberts?
When the time comes, I'm going to call for a recorded vote.
And Councillor Pinnell?
Councillor Roberts just answered my question, because I've asked for recorded votes on lots of things. But because of this particular one, being in Ameliasburgh, and I do plan on supporting it to get to the next stage, to see if it's possible, this venue can go ahead and solve the problem. So I will be calling a recorded vote, but.
Councillor McNaughton quickly, and then we're going to go to the.
Well, I would actually put a referral motion on the
Okay.
floor if I can get a seconder. And the referral motion would be to return this to direct staff to look for ways to integrate this into the neighborhood with fewer impacts on the residential neighborhood. So I recognize there's probably not support, but I think, and I would also like to say, you know, I've had to address this as if it's a report about some guy called Fred, because it's really hard to divorce one's feelings from the file in front of you. And as hard as it is to do that, it's also difficult to divorce one's perception of a place you'd like to go to from a place that has to exist within its neighborhood context. So I just wanted to.
Okay, is there anybody willing to second that motion, or? I don't think so.
Yes.
Oh, Councillor Maynard. Yep, so I think everybody's clear on what's on the floor. I'm going to call the vote on that motion. All those in favor? That's 3, so that loses. Yeah, main motion, and there's a recorded vote by Councillor Roberts.
Thank you. Through the chair, so Councillor Roberts,
In favor.
Councillor St. Jean,
In favor.
Councillor Harrison,
In favor.
Councillor Branderhorst,
Opposed.
Councillor Engelsdorfer,
Opposed.
Councillor Hirsch,
In favor?
Councillor McNaughton,
Opposed.
Councillor Maynard,
Opposed.
Councillor Pennell,
In favor.
Councillor Nyman,
In favor.
Councillor Prinzen,
In favor.
and Mayor Ferguson. And that carries 8-4.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, everybody, for your patience tonight. It's been a late night. That'll bring us to a motion to adjourn, but before we do that, I think it was Becky's birthday, what would have now been yesterday, so just happy birthday to Becky. And Councillor Branderhorst and Councillor Prinzen, motion to adjourn, please.
It's not anymore.
So is it too late to sing happy birthday? Oh, it is, okay. So on that note, Brandon Horace prints in motion that this meeting now adjourn at 1:11 a.m. December 12th.
All those in favor? That carries. Thank you, everybody.
Well, that's where I.